Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. I am doing just well. Let me tell you, I almost like went live or onto the screen approximately three. That's lowballing it. Three times is lowballing it. At least five times before I remembered. Oh no, I forgot to open this thing. Oh no, I forgot to open that thing. I really need to just set up a macro that opens up everything I need. Um, when I as soon as I hit OBS, because I straight up will be like, all right, I'm ready to go. And then I'll be like, oh, I haven't opened up Mix It Up. And then they'll be like, oh, I forgot to tweet. Oh, I forgot to turn on music. Oh, I don't even have the game open that I want to. I'm a mess. Anyways, I hope you guys are doing well today. This dropped just as I fell asleep. Um, I literally could not finish reading this because I was so tired. Like, I got about 20 notifications telling me that this article dropped. The second it dropped. And I was like, "Oh no," because my eyes were like half closed at the time. You know when you're so tired, like you're like squinting, your eyes can't stay open. I was that. Like I'm laying in bed, about to fall asleep. I I was on my in the Walking Dead survivals game that I play on mobile. I was like making sure that I had all my workers doing something that would take longer than like an hour or two because I was going to be asleep. And I that's when I got these slew of messages telling me, "Hey, here's a new article." And I'm like, "No. I'm so tired." And I was really hoping it'd come out after I fell asleep because, like, then I felt inclined to read it. I got to where did I get to? I got past weapon crafting. I this is when I was really struggling to keep my eyes open. Um, I quickly read through this and I got to I think like right here before I just straight fell asleep. I read something about checkmate control and then I just was out. I woke up and I read the rest of it, but genuinely, I did not read this with the highest critical thinking ability. Now I've seen a lot of hot takes about this, and most of the hot takes are the parts that I read while I was awake. Um, and I think it's really funny how in the Destiny community, how quickly they forget everything that Bungie has ever said. It's just like they're a horse with blinders on, and it's only what's in front of them that exists. They forget about literally everything else that has happened, right? I saw a particularly egregious tweet that was talking about how Bungie is putting Crucible on the back burner and not giving it any love. Like they've gotten zero love coming up in Lightfall. And I'm just like, I don't know if we're reading the same things. Like maybe the person was looking at this from a different perspective as they are not meeting their needs, their desires for the game, that they have they're envisioning something different when it comes to what is going to come, what they think is going to fix Crucible or improve it. Um and maybe that's why they're so disappointed constantly by what they're reading from Bungie. But I'm like, I just like I don't see them as putting Crucible on the back burner. Um, Especially when you're comparing it between like, oh, they're always putting PvP in the back, always a last thought. Meanwhile, PvE is always a thing that they're continuously working on, which I wouldn't agree with that. This They talked a lot about some of the things that I have a lot of concerns with. But for the most part, it's still a lot of just like kind of low key changes that are happening. There's some nice things that are being added and stuff like that. And again, I have to read through the first half of this article again, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're giving PvE more love. I think it's because a lot of people fully encompass PvE as everything that is not PvP, which fair enough. A lot of people will say PvP is literally every mode in PvP. But PvP players obviously don't see it that way. They have, the different avenues of PvP. There's freelance, or there's casual play in like 6v6. There's a little bit more sweaty play in 3v3. There's now competitive. There's trials. There's the arcade modes, there's Iron Banner, like, you know, just like PvP players have their own likes and dislikes and modes they like and modes they don't like, and therefore when modes that they don't like get buffed, that's very irrelevant to them and almost an insult because they're like, "Why won't you do my favorite stuff?" Especially when it's a more popular game modes, right? And so it is what it is, but in PvE, it's the same deal, right? Like, you can't just say, "Oh, raids and nightfalls and exotic missions and campaign and strikes and all of this, they're all PV, that is all PvE." Well, it is all PvE, and they are doing things in all these avenues of PvE. That doesn't mean that everyone does it. Like, I hate strikes. Hate running strikes. I think they're so boring. They're not challenging. It is literally just a chore. I might as well just be holding forward with my eyes closed. They're that easy, right? Um, I it's and I just don't find them enjoyable. I haven't run strikes for fun in maybe like a year and a half too, because I don't find them enjoyable. Nightfalls are more fun, but I don't run nightfalls outside of like grandmasters even because I find them again just like I've been there and I've done that a million times, right? So I that is like my cat like strikes I would categorize under like casual PvE. That is the 6v6 of PvE. And strikes they've written a lot of things about strikes, and how they're looking to refresh things and change things and take things away. But like that's not really you're not really doing much with it. It's like you're not even stirring the pot. You're just kind of moving your spoon in the sauce and you're not even really stirring it, you know? So you like the burner's not even on, right? Like you could stir all you want, and you're not gonna get anything out of your sauce. It's not gonna thicken up or get any color or flavoring. And that's like casual 66 in PvE, right? And then raids are always gonna happen. Raids have to happen because that is like a staple for Destiny, right? And also Bungie is desperately trying to port over everything from Destiny 1 into Destiny 2 so they can depreciate Destiny 1 and put all their efforts into Destiny 2. Um like only Destiny 2 going on and not having to worry about porting things over from Destiny 1 to appease Destiny 1 players when eventually D1 goes down. And so I don't consider getting like an extra raid, Like it's nice. I'm happy we are because I didn't get to experience D1 raids. So I'm like, "Oh, sweet. I love getting old raids because I get to play old raids. I think that's cool." However, I am consistently concerned um by the lack of like things we got. And this like in review of what's coming up is very promising because it looks like they also understand where some of those grievance points are. But that being said, we've had a million articles about Crucible. They literally talk about Crucible in every single one of these updates, including very long and detailed explanations about what their desires are for Crucible moving forward, their desire to keep metas fresh, and their desires to bring more content to Crucible, including not one but two, but three different types of game modes in PvP. For example, so many people love Eruption from Iron Banner. They think that is the best version of Iron Banner. I do not agree. I think Eruption is literally just you're playing another version of regular 6v6. Um, so it's just like, I don't really agree with that. But like they're getting different modes, right? Like they are just in the same way that in PvE we get random new activities each season, except they get to keep theirs. And I guess technically Destiny is looking to keep battlegrounds and like heists and seraph whatever's into the rotation now. But like that's the same deal, right? Like Crucible, the thing that Bungie is doing is that they're trying to keep the game fresh while they are unable to provide more substantial content in the form of like maps, um because they I have to assume it's expensive or it takes a really long time. I am no developer. I don't know what it takes to make new maps. But I have to assume that if the reason they are not dropping a million new maps into the game every second of every day, it's probably because it takes a while. Um but PvP players are going to be PvP players and are going to see uh they could have a banquet, a long table filled with a buffet of foods, all of their liking in front of them, but they will still say that they have no food. Like I get it. Maybe it's not all your favorite foods, but it's food you like. You're still going to eat it. Um maybe you'll get bored with it after a while because it's so much food, but like you have it. So, but also I think it's really funny that they immediately forget. There's somebody who I follow who always hi Derek, by the way. And yeah, Crucible needs even more modes. Gamers are very picky. Um there is a person I follow over on my Destiny TikTok or Destiny Twitter, and they always do like a things that I'm hoping we get from, this next article. And they every time that they post things about things that Bungie has already talked about. I'm like, how many times do you need the same thing told to you over and over again? Like, why do you need this constant assurance of this thing they literally just talked about? Like, if I'm going to get articles every fucking day of the week for the next like 3 years, I need it all to be fresh content. If they keep repeating themselves in these articles, I'm gonna stop reading them because it's going to be boring. Stop asking them to hold your hand and reassure you that what they said to you 1 week ago is still true this week. Like game development is just like your job. It does not change every second of every day. It is a long and slow process. Just because they didn't say it yesterday, it's like it doesn't mean that they're gonna that all of a sudden change plans have changed and they're no longer gonna fix this thing that they said they were fixing with 2,000 words last week in an article. And I think it's just really funny. And maybe it's the fact that there's too much communication uh from the devs teams right now, that people are just simply forgetting what has been said. And I think it's very funny that people will ask like, give me more communication, Bungie, tell me more, I need to know more. And then they just keep asking that over and over again while ignoring what they said. Like, I appreciate that you have a need for communication, but maybe you should work on listening. Maybe it's not that they're not communicating, maybe it's that you're not listening. Like maybe we need to turn that criticism on its head, and look at yourself, bring the mirror up, look at yourself and see, are you a good listener? How's your comprehensive skills? Because part of me thinks that, maybe Bungie's not the issue. But coming forward, we have Lightfall and the year ahead. Welcome to February, Guardians. My name's Joe. You may know me as the EXO and your Grandmaster, using whichever exotic bow matches the Nightfall Singe or the Awoken on your friends list, with the fire team set to close as they put another hour of attempts into soloing the latest dungeon. Or Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We're putting on a different playlist while I read this. Um, is it this playlist? Yes, it is. Okay. Um, or maybe even the human with 3 different red border weapons equipped to try to complete 10 separate bounties in a single match. But when I'm not logged into Destiny or on socials trying to convince my people my Guardian fashion game is strong, I'm also the game director for Destiny 2. In a couple of weeks, Lightfall will be in your hands. It's the penultimate expansion of the Light and Darkness saga, and it's a radical acceleration towards the final shape. But as excited as we all are about Lightfall, it's not the only thing coming to Destiny 2 this year. Destiny is a massive, living, breathing organism, and what it requires to thrive is an incredible development team with a constantly updated list of priorities that can regularly inject high value changes. So, today, we're going to be pulling back on the curtain and talk about how we see the game right now and what changes we need to make to allow Destiny to continue to evolve and thrive the way we want. First, the good. Do they ever go over the bad? I feel like they only ever go over the good. First, the good. We have gotten to a place where Guardians can expect consistency in the quality of content coming to Destiny 2 all year long. From the Witch Queen to Season of the Seraph, we are incredibly proud of all the high quality shooter content and storytelling that have been added to the game over the last 12 months. But amid this quality and consistency, way to pat your own back there, Destiny 2 can sometimes feel too predictable. While some consistency is necessary for us to be able to regularly update the game and prevent players from having to relearn Destiny every 3 months, as well as to maintain our team health and sustainability, it is clear that too much predictability has created a lack of surprise and delight by the time some of our major game updates get into your hands. Aside from the predictability, we sometimes hear a refrain that has been sung since the beginning of our journey. There's just not enough to do. While there's plenty happening at the start of an expansion or seasonal drop, by the end of the season, we often see our most engaged players lamenting that they have run out of things to sink their teeth into. This is not a problem that one more strike or an additional map can solve. Destiny 2 has an incredible amount of content, but sometimes not all of our content is as rewarding or engaging as we'd like. And sometimes you just can't find anyone to play with. So, with the issues laid out in front of us, we've created 4 big goals for Destiny 2 leading up to the final shape. Expand players' imaginations, bring challenge back to Destiny, enrich our content, and connect our guardians. Now, none of these goals will be achieved with one change, and they're all going to require consistent maintenance to remain true. But for the rest of our time together today, I would like to walk you through how we plan to address these 4 big goals in 2023. Expand players' imaginations. In Destiny 2, we want each major update to get the gears inside our players' heads turning on what's new and what it means for the way they interact with the game. This wasn't true for all of our releases last year, and it's going to take changes across multiple releases to get us where we want to be. We can't break all the design points we want right away, so instead, let's unpack how we will take on this big challenge over the course of the next year. Season of Defiance. I was shocked when I read this, by the way. Not shocked enough to wake up, but maybe it gave me like a little bit more energy to get a few more paragraphs into this before I fell asleep earlier today. Lightfall will launch aside Lightfall will launch along Lightfall will launch alongside Season of Defiance, and while most of this content was wrapped up before this new goal was put into place, we still have numerous seasonal quality of life changes along with sustain sustaining with substantial iterations to our current model coming to shake things up, starting with reducing complexity with our progression systems. This means fewer competing currencies to earn and more. We're doing away with umbrals and umbral energies. So after you've unlocked seasonal focusing, you want to focus an engram into a particular seasonal weapon or armor. All you need is glimmer and a seasonal engram. Additionally, seasonal engrams will be stored and tracked on seasonal vendors, so managing the engram bucket in your character's inventory will be much easier than it is today. This looks dope, by the way. This is Earth, right? Like this is 100% Earth. This is no like these are pine trees, right? Like I know this is like some sort of pyramid stack in the back, um, made out of modern materials, and then we have Cabal stuff, and then we have obviously Mara back here. But this is Earth, right? Where else would this be? Where else has trees like this? Which is very interesting. Also, that warlock helmet, gnarly. I love it. Hey, Kalino! I mean, we gotta be defiant somewhere. That's what I'm saying. We gotta be a little defiant. I was very excited. I was expecting like a season of Defiance a little later into the season of unless all the seasons are kind of like this energy of just people differing in the ways they want to address the what's coming in the future. But I am imagining this isn't I mean this has to be somewhere up north because it's pine trees in like the hemisphere. I and therefore I'm assuming it's somewhere in Europe, but this could very easily be somewhere in North America. In fact, I would say the style of these pyramids are actually more South American. So, but with the pine trees, I have to assume it's somewhere up north, unless it's like Cabal stuff. I don't know, but these trees are 100%. Like this flora, the grass, that screams to me Earth and not another place. There's pines in the EDZ, yeah. I mean, naturally, right? It's Europe. They have to have some pine trees. Although I don't know if pine trees are actually native to to Europe, but it's been like 2,000 years. Who knows how we fucked up the ecosystem since then and how it's recovered. What do we have here? We have a new bow. This kind of reminds me of Tyranny of Heaven. We have a fusion rifle. I think that's a fusion rifle. It looks like it from the handle. And then our boy doesn't have anything on. This is a short cape. I'm looking at it now. I like the style though. This reminds me of a style we already have. But this reminds me of Guardian, no, Solstice armor. Like that's like the stylistic armor that we usually get from Solstice. But with Mara, this also kind of looks, I guess, like armor we would get from Mara. It honestly reminds me a little bit of Callus. And maybe it's all the gold that's why it reminds me of Callus armor, but that and like the purple, purple and white. Actually, the color scheme is kind of scrims Callus armor, but I'm assuming we are killing him in the campaign. So, uh oh, and these are driving into the pyramids. I see. Literal pyramids, not Dorito pyramids. Which leads me to believe the darkness ships are gonna land on Earth. I mean, probably. Like we've talked about it before, but I assume that we're losing in Lightfall. Otherwise, it would not be called Lightfall. And also narratively, it's like the one right before the story right before like our triumph, the climax, the winning of the story, right? I don't imagine us losing overall, but I imagine that winning just means we survive and so does the last city. Past that, I don't really know what that means for success, but I'm assuming we're losing in Lightfall. In what capacity? IDK. But Season of Defiance leads me to believe, like, hey, maybe we're fighting off the darkness. Who knows? Soon the end of Seraph has the darkness invading, and Lightfall brings us New Moon, and Defiant is being off to take back Earth. Yeah, like I could see us doing. Here's how I imagine it's gonna go: is we're going to, get this call from um Season of Seraph is going to end with the darkness like approaching us, but not exactly getting to us, and then the Guardian and Osiris going to Neomuna as like their final push of like, oh, we finally have this information. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. And we go off to Neomuna, and just in time to watch, the darkness invade Neomuna, and us trying to help them, us helping them, and getting rid of Callus and whatever else the threat may be at the end of the campaign. Or I guess Callus is the end of the campaign. And we do all of that. And then we're like, victory! We have the tools now to defeat the darkness. And we get back home. And like we're victory on New Moon, and then the back home, the darkness invades. And then that's where we leave off, and that's where we progress between now or the end of the Lightfall campaign, the Lightfall seasons, and then we lead into final shape, which is our final push of we will win. I'm very curious what we're gonna do in the seasons of the final shape. Is it just gonna be cleanup after we beat the darkness, or we shoo the darkness away? Like, and entering into fighting, figuring out who our next enemy is, kind of like season or the year before Beyond Light, where it was just like a little bit of everything. Like, I'm very curious what's going to happen after the campaign of Final Shape. Like, what does the rest of that year look like? Like, are we starting? Are we beginning to learn about the new year? I don't know. And maybe that's why they find that changing up the seasonal content is going to go hand in hand with the fact that they have to introduce the new saga of Destiny and introduce us to all this new lore about what's going to come up. But let's see, darkness ships are going to land on Earth. Yeah, probably. They've already invaded in the darkness articles in another world where everyone was evil in the other world. But Eris came in and invaded the last city with the darkness and the hive behind her. So I have to imagine that, and something not nearly as spectacular happens, but I think in every future we get invaded on the last on Earth. I'm curious though if this is the darkness pyramids, why they changed their darkness pyramid shape, why they didn't keep the Dorito shape and instead went for more of that like Incan Mayan pyramid shape. Anyways, yeah, End of Seraph has darkness invading Lightfall, bringing us to Neomuna, Defiant Ops back to Earth. Yeah, I assume End of Cod. Yep. Post is galactic stuff, not just solar system. True. I don't know. I was really hoping that we'd get teleported out of here. Like our planet would get the fuck out of the solar system, but it's looking less and less likely now that we have Neomuna. If it weren't for Neomuna, I would still hold true to my theory we're getting yeeted out of here, but now I decay. Anyways, moving forward. We also won't be asking you to hold large stacks of seasonal currency to unlock a chest at the end of every seasonal activity. Instead, we will be dropping singular keys throughout your playtime that allow you to extract better rewards from the chest at the end of seasonal activity. This will create a simpler relationship where you know what, or you know that if you have even one key, you're getting even better rewards. It also represents the repositioning of these chests as true bonuses, not requirements. Unlike today's seasonal currencies, keys won't drop every time you complete an activity. To compensate for this change, we've made the base rewards for each seasonal activity completion better. So when you earn and spend a key, it's a meaningful bonus, not a requirement to engage in the seasonal playlist. Finally, by default, keys can drop from seasonal activities, which means you are no longer required to play content outside of the seasonal playlist to chase seasonal rewards, which I think is phenomenal. I think that's a great change. I think it's funny that they're getting rid of currency to only give you more currency. But it is what it is. Just give me a banknote. Just give me a card that tells me. Give me a cell phone that tells me what my total is. I don't need something physical on my person to tell me. Just, let my bank statement reflect how many keys I have. I also think it's funny that they call it keys when keys are very notoriously associated with microtransactions. Oh, more like the Ziggurat? That's fair. I mean, but, like, the way that, I wonder why their architecture doesn't stay the same, because everything about I associate darkness with pointy, you know? Like, but I guess, it is what it is. Um, on top of these changes, in Season of Defiance, players can expect fewer total vendor upgrades, with each individual upgrade being more potent, and some upgrades even offering a variance on the way you interact with the seasonal activity. In Season of Defiance, I wonder if they mean that in the same way that, like, Season of Seraph, you can go through, like, trip mines and laser fields without, like, taking damage. I wonder if they mean it in that same manner. In Season of Defiance, we've also taken a big stab at the way we name our various progression systems and currencies, which I think is phenomenal. We want any player to read the name of something and immediately understand what it does. In short, to spend more time playing and less time trying to understand what they're supposed to do. Fair enough. I don't know the name of any of the currencies that get added. In fact, I am surprised every time I see the name of them. I could not tell you what it is in I could not tell you what the names are of the seasonal content right now. Seraph codes? Is that what it is? Seraph codes? Seraph keys? Seraph bytes? They removed all the currency stuff that they normally would base like half. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what like any of the names of anything like that have been for any of the seasons. I just know that it's always something energy. It's the season name energy. Like plunder energy, seraph energy, psionic energy, and I forget what haunted energy? Uh there are key codes and resonance stems and such. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Key codes. That's what they are. Um, like all I remember is that, but that's because I need that for focusing the energies. That's all I remember. Aside from that, it's like, oh. In seasons to come, which shocked, I was shocked when I read past this. After Season of Defiance, we will head into Season of the Deep. With some time under, if you guys are interested, I know that Bife has done a little bit of a thread over on Twitter, theory, theorizing what these seasons are going to be about. Yeah, the deep. After Season of Defiance, we will head into Season of the Deep. I will be highly disappointed if Whisper of the Worm doesn't come in that exotic mission rotator, because that has one of the best lines about the deep. I didn't even realize. Yeah, it's Season of the Deep. Um, with some time under our belt to react to recent player feedback, Season of the Deep will not feature vendor upgrade paradigm. The same will be true for the following season. This does not mean players will never see any vendor upgrade system again, but instead means we want to create a more varied experimental frameworks and slowly create a wide array of different systems for players to show their investment into seasonal content. This variety will also extend into types of content players experience in the moment to moment gameplay of our latest seasons or our later seasons. In both Season of the Deep and Season 22, which I think is really funny they didn't name. They don't think that defines in deeper spoilers. I am so curious what they are naming Season 22. If it doesn't have a name yet, then I totally get why they call it Season 22. The team is pushing the envelope to create more fresh activity experiences, like when we first unveiled the Shattered Realm in Season of the Lost, or which season was Season of the Lost? What was Shattered Realm? Or debuted Battlegrounds in Season of the Chosen. One thing we want to continue from last year is casting a wide net when it comes to the themes and fantasies our players can expect with each release. Lightfall already has a very different tone and setting from the Witch Queen, and we want to continue this tonal variety in our seasonal content. From Reapers to Pirates to Cowboys, last year's season proved that Destiny 2 can encompass experiences that contain wildly varied inspirations, and we are committed to the adventures of Lightfall's collection of seasons feeling just as thematically fresh from one another as they did last year. These stories, progressions, and themes aren't the only way we think we can stretch a player's imagination space. Some of this is going to come from putting new systems into Destiny 2 or revisiting systems that aren't quite hitting the mark. In Lightfall, we will be adding Guardian ranks to the game alongside thinking Destiny 2 build crafting with loadouts. While we aren't going to go deep into either of those systems here, they both represent new lenses that we want to continue to apply to Destiny 2. For example, Guardian ranks aim to be the effortless way Guardians share their place in the journey with one another. No longer will the number next to your nameplate be a representation of how much you grinded the season pass. Instead, it's a representation of your experience as a guardian and the challenges you faced and overcame. Why is this dark? Representation of our experience as a guardian, your experience. Why is the white dark? Is that a cute way of saying there's no Y in team? I in team? Lost was the longest season last year, where we find the Techians. Oh, right. Right. I remember. You guys on top of it. There's also no period at the end of this. Oh, there is a period, but it's dark. Why is what? Is this something I should be paying attention to? Have there been other dark things that I've just missed out on? Our experience as a guardian and the challenges you faced and overcame. Anyways, weapon crafting. You're going to want a killer set of weapons for those challenges, and this year we're going to change how you think about obtaining those weapons with some major updates to weapon crafting. Just those and it bothering me. I assume there's something. I'm assuming there is some sort of something, some meaning there that we're just missing. Weapon crafting. You're going to want a killer set of weapons for those challenges. And this year, we're going to change how you think about obtaining those weapons with some major updates to weapon crafting. While we love having some sources of deterministic perks, we found that the route to getting the weapons you want to craft can be too random. At the same time, we also believe that weapon crafting being part of so many of our weapon chases has diminished the joy of simply getting a great perk roll as a drop. So, here's what you can expect to change with weapon crafting in the year of Lightfall. To create independent chases for both crafted and non crafted weapons, starting with Lightfall, fewer of our total weapons will be craftable, and more of our weapons with long term sources will get value from random perk rolls. To allow these non crafted weapons to stand toe to toe with crafted weapons in Lightfall, in the year of Lightfall, more and more of our non crafted weapons, starting with new raid adepts this year, will have the ability to be enhanced, which I think is interesting. Enhancing allows your drop weapon to start leveling up, use the mementos, and gain access to both enhanced perks and enhanced intrinsic properties, but only the enhanced versions of the perk and masterwork that are already on the version of the weapon you are enhancing. Simply said, with some time and resources, enhancing allows you to take the random rolled weapon you've obtained and enhance its existing roll to match the full power of a crafted weapon. We are targeting to roll this out initially with Lightfall rated depths and the launch of Season of the Deep. Long term, we want to expand this functionality to most of our new non crafted weapon drops, but there are some technical hurdles we need to solve first. For crafted weapons, we will have some additional changes planned. You will never see a deep sight on a weapon unless it's something you need to make a pattern progress on. When you see a red border in game, you will know it's valuable. Targeting Season of the Deep, we will also be adding a mechanism to activate Deep Sight on any craftable weapon they do not have a pattern for. And finally, we want to tackle one more thing out of game to help our goal of expanding the player imagination, and that's giving our players a little more of a sneak peek into releases before they hit servers. So, while some of our releases this year will still be kept a secret until they hit players' machines, others, like Season of the Deep, will preview and share key details ahead of time, which I'm sure a lot of people are very delighted with. I personally don't care when the information drops about the season because I'm going to sit with the season for at least 3 months anyways. So I what is like 3 days? What is a week ahead of the season that I get spoiled about what's happening in the season? I don't really care about it, but I know a lot of people do, so I'm glad for them that they're going to be able to find out more about the season coming up beforehand. But when it comes to crafting, I think this is very interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. Part of me just feels like it's just becoming a like it's not really a crafting system anymore, at least not in the true sense. When I think about crafting in other RPGs, I think about going out, gathering resources and coming like specific resources to create specific things, and then from there creating what I want. Um and with them getting rid of crafting materials such as resin elements and stuff like that, and assumedly, presumably, going back to the good old enhancement core, enhancement prism, ascendant shard system, and glimmer and legendary shards, that already exist in the game, that it's just gonna be putting more stress on those materials. And later on, they're gonna talk about how they are putting emphasis on putting different rewards back into um no, to just like the base a PvE experience in Destiny 2. I'm assuming they're also referring to materials and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really have an issue about resonant elements or anything like that. I do really wish there was like some sort of just some sort of like a bank app or something in game where I can just accumulate a lot of something and not worry about it. Um and I think the way you counteract people just having a lot of an item for, crafting is that you have different sources for crafting materials. Like, oh, you want Vanguard stuff? To craft Vanguard stuff, or world loot, just run strikes and you'll get the things you want. I don't know. Um People just don't like playing things they don't want to play, which I totally get. And so I don't know. I think that there's a lot of interesting ways you could go about getting crafting materials. I think there's like I was gonna call them raids, but we already have raids in this game. But like I've talked at length about one of my greatest desires for Destiny 2 and the open world experience, because they talk about imagination and giving guardians more to do. I think one of the ways that they're really just not taking advantage of their game is that we have an open world experience in Destiny 2 when you land on a planet. We have so many planets and no one ever goes to them. Why? Because there's nothing to do on them. Where we talk about PV experiences, we're always talking about playlists. And even here, they only talk playlists, missions. They're not talking about this open world experience that they have that they're not taking advantage of. For them, the game exists between loading point, loading, node to load in, node to load in. You're going to the helm, to the tower, to strikes, to nightfalls, to raids, to dungeons, to strikes, to PvP, back to tower. Like that is the gameplay loop that exists for all of us. The only times we head onto planet is when a mission makes us go onto planet, or we are trying to go farm an exotic out of a lost sector. Maybe you're out there to get some mementos, finish a triumph, and after you finish those, you have no reason to ever be on planet. They try to incentivize going on planet more to get some glimmer via public events, but you're not going to do that. That's boring. There is no specific loot that exists on planets. There is nothing of note on any planets. You don't even need planetary materials anymore. And it's why I thought we were getting the heck out of Dodge. I thought we were leaving the Sol system because they have essentially made planets useless. And it is disappointing because there's these large areas that they have dedicated so much time to that there's just not any reason to be on them. You know, after a certain point, after you finish that gameplay loop, there's no reason to be there. And instead, they have emphasized the gameplay loop to being in between nodes. And like I said, tower to strikes, tower to nightfalls, tower to dungeons, tower to raids. Sometimes, helm to raids, helm to tower, helm to gambit. Like that is the gameplay loop. You just go node to node. You don't really drop on planet for any particular reason. And for me, one of the things that I have always suggested and one of the things I have always desired is that you make the world experience interesting. Give me a reason to be on planet. I have previously suggested having like roaming difficult enemies, kind of like they used to have wanted enemies, but instead have them in like their own area, kind of like the phalanx to get into Whisper of the Worm, or in the season of Arrivals, how there would just be roaming enemies that you would go and attack on Io, and that was always so interesting, like, especially in that same area where Whisper the Worm was, like, that extension of that planet always had something going on. If you ever went, next to the Pyramidion in that little alcove, there was usually um it's not a Hydra. Is it a Hydra? The ones with the it is a Hydra, you're right. A Hydra would, like, be chilling in there as, like, just a high value target in there. Um, but the issue with high value targets is that they just didn't have a lot. They didn't really have any reason to kill them. To this point, we still don't have a huge reason to kill them. People kill Trove Guardians on the moon, and that's like probably the closest thing to like farming an enemy in the same way that you get in MMOs, like in World of Warcraft or um I've immediately forgotten the name of every other MMORPG I've ever known about. God, I can't remember the name of the one I want to talk about. Or like Final Fantasy and stuff like that. That's the closest we get. Trove Guardians, which are just the yellow bar knights that spawn in, and after you kill them, they produce a chest that you can go grab. And people do that for I think legendary shard farming, maybe for leveling. I don't even remember why people do it, but it's like the only time you really ever do that outside of like maybe lost sectors. And so, and then there's like the bone collector, but that's part of a mission, so I wouldn't even really count the bone collector. He's not very strong anyways. And you really only need to kill him once. So, um, also on the moon for the I think it's a xenophage mission. And so my biggest no, it's probably Deathbringer. My biggest gripe is always that everything in the game is in missions, and a lot of the times these missions are not repeatable. You never go to the same area ever again. Like you never have to do that little puzzle for Xenophage ever again or Deathbringer, and they both like really mix into my brain. I don't remember which is which, but like the little puzzles you had to do to like try and figure out the little game, right? You shoot one of the symbols and then they all shift and then you have to get them all to make the same symbol. Those puzzles you only ever do that once, or the chase around and light the fires um on the moon also. And we got like something that was mildly interesting over on the throne world, but that was with like all the little secrets to get like the secret chest, with like lighting the torches, or lighting up the sconces with the deep sight. Like there was a couple of things, but even then it's just for a very lackluster chest. That after you got all of the stuff, there was no reason to do it. And even if there was a reason to do it, there's many places that were much easier um to do, to get those certain items. So for me, always my biggest gripe is that there's nothing to do on planet. There's no reason to go on planet, and I believe that if they put a little bit more priority on enhancing the on planet experience, I think that they would really accomplish what they want with this. What do they say? expanding the guardian's imagination, you know? Because I think a lot of the imagination comes from a space where there's collaboration. It's why I really liked Escalation Protocol on Mars because there was just always something happening. It's why I like the Leviathan right now because there's always something happening when you go through there. There's always enemies to kill. There's always something to happen on the Leviathan, but it's a little bit disappointing because the Leviathan's going to go away, right? So it's not really a space where you could just be really. I mean, I'm assuming it's going away. It might stick around, and if it does, like, more power to them. But I'm assuming it's gonna go away, which is why I haven't grown any real attachment to it. And even then, it's done and over with, right? Um, so the way that MMOs keep areas fresh, is that there's always a reason to go back, whether it's like a super rare cosmetic or mount, that you have to kill a very rare and specific enemy that only spawns in this one little section of this one little area on this huge planet. That's the reason you go, and do that. Kind of like the loot cave, right? Where you just sit there and you just kill things that come out of it. Except in this case, you would just kill these specific enemies and hope that like you'd get the shiny guy to spawn in and then you kill him and you have like a 1% chance of getting a mount. There's that's totally non-essential. You do not need to be killing this thing. You don't have to kill this thing. But if you do kill this thing, well then. There you get, you can work towards probably getting this extremely rare mount that works as every other mount, but it's just shiny and you got it and not a lot of people have it, you know? There is killing areas with larger monsters with I talk about it a lot, having different difficulty along the entire world, like some areas are the difficult area and some places are like the social casual area. Some places are like the medium difficulty area. And some places just, you don't fight anything, you know. It's like there needs to be an evolving um there needs to be an evolution of how we interact with enemies on a planet. Because like on Europa, I think it's the closest we've gotten to it, where we had like that one little cove in Cadmus Ridge. When you drive in straight from Varix, on the right, there's that cove where if you go in, a wyvern spawns in and just immediately starts attacking you. And if you kill it, you get a chest or whatever. And it opens up like this wall where you could get this collectible. And like that's interesting. Then we have brigs that spawned in and they drop in and they kind of just ruin your life. And then there's a blizzard that comes in and you have these like strong elixir that come by and are what are they called, scientists or something, and like they're strong and when you kill them they drop a chest. But the issue is that all these chests have the same exact loot pool, so why would you ever fight something strong and to kill it and possibly get this legendary engram that you can get from literally anywhere else? I could go into that law sector right next to it that's infinitely easier and infinitely faster and much more farmable and run that 5 to 7 times while I wait for the next brig to spawn in and have gotten the thing I wanted twice over with the roll I want, as opposed to the one time I killed this brig and then he doesn't drop me anything, right? And if he does drop me something, it's underwhelming. Or I'll just go pick up a bounty off of Varix and do that instead. Like, and get targeted looting. Why would I ever want to kill anything on planet? And even so, it was only interesting to kill those enemies early game when you first got beyond light and you were under level and everything was a sword or a skull and you couldn't kill anything. And then it was scary. It was exciting to run through and try to dodge and play sneaky and run through these areas and be terrified as soon as the blizzard started because you couldn't see anything, but you could see the red glow of the brig's eye and the grrr sound that it makes, right? Like that's exciting. That brings something an emotion and an emotional response from the player. But then you become strong enough that like it's what I could literally punch it to death. Like not even powered melee, just stab it slowly with my knife and I will survive uh every single one of its attacks. And there's something to be said about, the power fantasy of just I'm so much stronger than you. I'm going to kill you every single time. There's something to be said about that, but there's also something to be said about always having a a difficult time, always being scared of something. Like if tormentors are always you're always going to be 15, 20 levels under it, for example. No matter where you find it, no matter where it is, it will always be difficult for you to kill. It does not matter how strong you get, they will always be stronger. That is an unbelievably compelling enemy if that's, how they would work. They probably won't. But if that's how they did, you would always be terrified to see a tormentor. There's never going to be a moment where you see one and you're just like, "Oh, that's whatever. I'm just going to run by it." Um you will run by it and you will always have to respect that enemy. And then better yet, if you kill that enemy, you always have an opportunity like a 50-50 chance or like 100% chance even or even maybe lower 70% chance that you will get a, s- a specific drop from them, right? And now this is where the issue with loot and the crafting system kind of comes in, where what's a compelling drop for them? What's interesting for them to drop? An enhancement core? Why would I ever kill something like a tormentor for an enhancement core, an enhancement prism? Um, and an ascendant shard is way too much for something that you can still, you can kill. Because then why would you ever run Nightfalls? So it's like that's where I think that crafting materials would have been compelling, because if you had to kill, like, if this tormentor was like a mini raid boss and it was just free roaming on the planet, kind of like a brig does, then a lot of people can come over and they could touch it, just like public events. You could shoot it and assist in killing it, and then you get the reward from it, right? Like, um, then everyone can get a reward from it, and you enhance that sense of community that they're talking about later on, where they want you to talk more and they want you to interact more with the people around you. Well, where is the one space you always see a lot of people that you're more likely to make friends? You always do that in open areas where there is no goal, right? Like you may have something in mind that you want to get done when you're on planet. That does not mean that you have a particular goal in mind that is shared amongst everybody. Everyone is on planet for probably a different reason. They want to get this thing, they want to get this material, they want to continue on this mission, they want to do this thing. They're just there to fuck around and find out, like I used to do that all the time on IO. I would just run around, drive around and just kill shit for fun, because there's so much to see and so much to kill and so many nooks and crannies to just hang out in, and amazing views, right? Like I loved jumping onto the Pyramidion and looking out into the vast, space. I would love going into that area where Whisper of the Worm started, that area, and looking out at the vast ruins in the box, in the sand in the sandbox, in the backdrop. And there would be enemies and stuff, and then in season arrivals there's so much shit always happening there that, like, for sure I was always over there. So yeah, they have painted themselves into a corner with reward side of things, because I think they keep backtracking on systems that they shouldn't be backtracking on. I think, if imagine there's a specific set of weapons, of armor, of ornaments that is called the tormentor set, or the darkness set, one of like 50, right? And we get at the beginning of Lightfall, we get the first 5 or 10 items, and the only way to get them is you have to craft them. There is there's no finding them anywhere. They It looks similar to another set, like the base set, but it's the enhanced version, right? It's like the artificer armor. It just looks better. It's the adept armor. It just looks better. It is cooler, and it's cooler because you were taking the time to get these items that you need from all of these enemies. So you have the Lightfall set, and then you have the Tormentor set in there, right? So every time you kill a Tormentor, you have like a 30% chance of getting this item to drop from them. Kind of like in Escalation Protocol, where if you killed a certain boss at the end, they had an opportunity of giving you the specific item. Except instead of a full like weapon, it was a crafting material. And then once you got 10 of that crafting material, you could craft one of the items, right? Which means you need like 50 of that item to get that set. Totally unnecessary, cosmetic. It is just a legendary ornament for your armor or your weapons, kind of like the Callus menagerie weaponry, where you could get that ornament. Same dealio, just like that. And you would only get it from killing tormentors. Tormentors, again, in this scenario, 15, 20 levels above you, they're a mini raid boss on planet that roam around. They have specific spawning points that people will hang around and wait for them to spawn every 2, 3, 5 minutes, right? You go in, you kill things, you have another thing happening around the area, so people will like leave and come back 5 minutes later, and or like walk away into another space in that area, and then a thing pops up on the side of your screen, just like the bone collector says, like bone collector has arrived. It'll be like a tormentor has emerged, or a tormentor begins hunting, or something like that. Or maybe you have to do something, to get the tormentor to appear. Like you have to kill X amount of enemies in an area to catch the tormentor's attention. Like stuff like that. That is dynamic. That is interesting, and that creates imagination, which is how they've phrased it in this article. That creates that community. That gives you a reason to be in chat. I can't tell you the amount of times I've been in a chat and been waiting for something to spawn in a different game, and been like, "Hey, how long has it been since this has spawned, or how much longer do you think this is gonna take?" And someone will reply to me, and they'll be like, "Oh, 2 minutes. It just spawned, or we just killed it, or it's been a while. It'll any second now." Um, and I'll be like, "Awesome, thanks, emote." Like that is that is the type of thing that you want. Like that is compelling. That means people will always be there because you're always going to need this material, right? As much as you may want, you're not going to sit there. You can't sit there for like 40 hours and farm this thing, right? And then they can have some sort of just anti-farm a macro sort of deal going on, that if you don't kill enemies, like 10 enemies every 30 minutes in the area, then you can't um then you won't get anything from the tormentor, like that sort of deal. And there's always going to be enemies around, there's always going to be stuff happening, and that is just something that isn't a concept, that is an idea, that is something they could that's a kind of thing that I want from on planet stuff. I want to be able to kill things, have a reason to kill them. Like imagine like on Europa, if when you kill those scientists, they drop some sort of technomancy item, right? And with that, you're able to craft a specific elixir set, a specific like technomancy set, and get specific technomancy ornaments for the Europa weapons. Like imagine a world where that's a thing, right? Where instead of this bright red weapon that's fairly basic, looks like a Nerf gun, you get an ornament on it that looks like you've put on a bunch of this a lot of this like cybernetic stuff onto them. And that would be interesting. That would be compelling. That is something that does not affect the gameplay at all when it comes to balancing weapons or creating new weapons. But what it does do is it gives players a reason to play the game on planet in a place again where I think community is going to be built. Because once again, especially with this new system they're coming up with to be able to tell when people are of a certain level or of a certain ability, you'll be able to hang out with them and you'll see the like helpful or whatever it's going to be the name plate on top of you. You'll be able to know like, oh, okay, I can type something in chat and know that I'm not going to be attacked. I'm not going to be met with some toxic gamer, right? Um like I think that is a compelling way, especially to get even more of those commendations when you're just helping people. Or you could not be scared to go into chat and be like, "Hey, where do I get this thing?" And they'll be like, "Oh, over here," and you can follow this random player through the world to get to where you want. And it doesn't all have to be overworld. There are plenty of nooks and crannies in every single one of these planets where you can head into and hang out and like imagine in Europa that little area down below where Miss Rax and Houselight were hanging out in. Imagine if in there now it's been commandeered by like some Vex monster or something, some monstrosity, or maybe with like House Salvation being in a hostage situation. It's one of those abominations that are down there now, and uh, like that's where they've gone to hide out or whatever. I don't know. I don't need to know what their lore is, but you go in there and they have a special loot drop. That is a very specific item you need to create a specific hand cannon, we'll say, I don't know. And you go down there and you just farm them and you'll be met with a bunch of other people that are just kind of hanging out there waiting to kill this guy. Kind of like on the Leviathan where in chat it'll be like a red dot goes over your ghost or something like that. And you go downstairs and you kill the guys down there. And you have the opportunity for a key. Like that was a gameplay loop that maybe not everybody enjoyed, but it gave you a reason to do things, right? And I think it also fell into that trap of you can get this loot anywhere. All you're doing when you do these extra activities is you're giving yourself more chests to loot from. I think chests need to be specific to certain things instead of the loot pool being in all of the chests in all of the area, because that makes, although that does broaden what you're able to use and what you're able to do, I think that does throw you into this corner where why would I do that activity if I could just sit here and do this easier thing over and over and over and over again and get more rewards out of it than doing the cooler thing that admittedly is more fun but is not nearly as rewarding. You know, like if certain things had doubled the rewards or certain things had only specific loot pools, um, where the easier activities have just a lower chance of getting the thing to the point where it is worth it to go do the more difficult fun thing, rather than just sitting there and doing the slower thing. So like that's where I'm a little concerned with them backtracking on crafting weapons and how they're crafted and where you get these weapons and stuff like that. Because I think with the old crafting system, at least they had ideas, at least they had conceptualizations of, hey, if we get more stuff, then or more opportunities to get this stuff, maybe they'd vary it up. But I think 100% most of their issue lies in Destiny is not so much their playlists, which do need revamps, and I do agree with a lot of the changes they're making here coming up. I think that if they want to compete um for the time of their guardians, is that they need to make their planets more compelling. Even if it is like, imagine how before on the Cosmodrome, people would race across the Cosmodrome because there is a clear set path of how you can get through the entire area. And people would drive and try to get places faster and faster and faster, and they'd compete in that sort of way. And that's what they'd be on the Cosmodrome to just like race and hang out. And be like, I'll get there before you do, and that was interesting. That was compelling. That was fun. Because you could obviously on planets you can just drive through the entire area without really loading zones, um, impairing you too much. So people would do that a lot. And so even if they just created more but like you never see anyone doing that in the throne world, right? Over in the fluorescent canal where the roads are very open and there's so many places you can run around and stuff. Um like fluorescent canal is such a compelling location, but you don't have to be there. There's nothing to do there. Once you finish doing the like three things you need to do in the fluorescent canal, you're done. Or like even a puzzle, if you had to do a puzzle to like open up an enemy, to summon an enemy. Like there's so many fun things they can do. And I think that if they just start leaning more into on planet activities, I think that would and then those enemies that are difficult have difficulty scaling, by the way. All of this has difficulty scaling, right? Like more difficult enemies like Briggs, Wyverns, Tormentors are always going to be a higher level than you. And that will always make them more scary, but also more rewarding when you kill them because they will drop specific stuff. Like imagine a special like the Europa set, for example. Like I said, 1 to 50. You have 50 items you can create from the Europa set. And every set you need specific stuff from it. So you have a Brig set, you have the Technomancy set, you have the Vex set, um or like the Catch set or whatever. You have a Frost set, you have like a Stasis set and stuff like that, and there's only specific places and specific enemies you can get certain items from to then get this set of armor. And while that might fall in the same space as, well, that just means that once you're done you won't ever return to that planet. That expands your playing time from like this much to like that much, right? Because you're gonna have to go to all these areas and kill all these things, and it's not gonna be a common drop. It's just something you go do for fun, right? Like if you really want a set of armor, you're gonna spend a lot of time in this area. um and I think it will also train the Destiny player to stop wanting immediate reward from everything. I think that's another issue that Bungie is facing, is that Destiny players want things right now. I need this thing right now. I don't want to work for this thing. I want this thing right now. I will work for it a little bit, but then after that, don't make me do anymore. I'm over it. And I think it falls because it's in a boring gameplay loop. And I think again, if they just did varied up the ways you can get certain items, for example, resonant elements, only crafting material, right? Resonant element is the only thing you need. Resonant element only comes from one item. What's that item? Red borders, which are just weapons that you can use anywhere doing anything, and then you're done with it. And then same gameplay loop. How do you level up your weapons? You use that weapon to kill things. That is the exact same gameplay loop you did to receive that item, and craft that item and get the items you need to craft that item. And you're forced to use this one weapon the entire time to get this thing. Now, if you are crafting a set um for weapons, then your gameplay loop is just kill this thing over and over again, and kill enemies around the area to then summon this thing to kill. Like, yes, that is a boring, maybe it might be a tedious and boring gameplay loop after a while of just like, okay, kill these things, run back here, shoot this thing, kill this thing, um, go over there, kill this thing. It can turn more into like the wanted enemies of just like, they'll show up eventually. I'll just hang around and do the public events. I'll do lost sectors. I'll do patrols. Make patrols more interesting. God, please make patrols more interesting. A special patrol element. It's like, I think by them getting rid of crafting materials that aren't just probably their enhancement series, um, enhancement cores, enhancement prisms, ascendant shards, a legendary shards, glimmer. I think they are severely limiting themselves on what they can and can't get. So that is my pitch. Make planets more interesting. And I think that this is a boring way to get through this. Um and although I think it's very compelling and I think this is very interesting, I think with the system we have now, this is going to not work out the way they want it to. And they will be unable to kind of expand on this idea in the future because people are going to be upset that they can't get the thing that they got a couple of seasons ago as easily. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I also think this is interesting. Targeting Season of the Deep, we will also be adding a mechanism to activate Deep Sight on any craftable weapon that they do not have a pattern for. I think that's interesting. Um, but yeah, I think plans are the way to go for player imagination. Though I do appreciate that they're in fixing playlists in PvE. Bring challenge back to Destiny, God please. We could have all the variety in the world, and that wouldn't matter much if we weren't also making sure that the content our players spend the most time with is engaging and interesting. There is a lot that goes into making a piece of Destiny content engaging, but at the Chewy Center, it's challenge. Last year, we spent a lot of time bringing all our subclasses up to Stasis 3.0 standard. During that time, not only did our abilities become more powerful, but their synergy with weapons and gear raised the total power tides for all boats. It's an interesting saying. The result of these changes is a game with more compelling RPG, but at times lower levels of challenge in our core content. That's kind of a diss on RPGs. RPGs can be difficult, fam. You're the one that made your RPG easy. With a player base as large as Destiny's, the right level of difficulty is going to be different for everyone. While we are still committed to offering multiple difficulty levels in content such as our campaigns, Nightfall's secret missions, dungeons, and raids, we feel like the baseline challenge in most of our content is just too low. Hey, you think maybe the fact that you make strikes the lowest possible level the entire year long is maybe it has something to do with it, just maybe just a little bit. Tuning ability, they're still 1350 by the way. That's why they're super easy to do. Tuning abilities, bringing challenge back to Destiny requires a two-pronged approach. We just tuned up our enemies across the game. We would start to encounter issues where combatants frequently one-shot players and would feel super spongy. Fair enough. As a result, even more relaxing content would require players to conform to the most meta Guardian loadouts. On the other hand, if we only tune to the player's efficiency, the RPG elements would start to feel like they matter less. And Destiny might start to lose its essential fantasy of being this powerful battle wizard in space. So instead of focusing on one vector, we're going to take measured approaches in both the player's toolkit and the strength of our monsters. That being said, again, difficulty scale. In my fantasy world, where planets are have a point again and are full of life, the enemies there will still be areas where things are weak. Not all your bosses are going to be tormentors, like grandmasters levels of difficult. You're still going to have difficulty. You might have to walk into a layer or so of an enemy, but not all of them are going to be like, some of them will be on level. Some of them will be weaker than you. You'll still have your power fantasy. I'm just talking about the higher end because it feels like that gets forgotten a lot in regular open world content in this game. Um, let's start with the player's toolkit. Across both PvE and PvP, we believe that abilities dominate too many engagements due to potency, which we don't want to nerf, and uptime, which we do want to tackle. Destiny is a game about guns and powers. We want both to shine. So starting with Lightfall, we are moderately increasing ability recharge time across a wide selection of our abilities. As mentioned in the ability tuning preview last week, we've also noticed that enemy combatants just aren't hitting as hard as we want them to, especially against max resilience guardians. So we're adjusting the amount of damage resistance granted by resilience and increasing the energy cost of resilience mods from 1 to 2 for minor mods and 3 to 4 for major mods. I don't think that's gonna do what you want it to do, but like pop off. This is a cool image, by the way. I think all the images in this game are pretty neat. We're in Neomuna. Sorry, I was looking at the Vex to see if that was a different a different uniform they were wearing. With the build crafting updates in Lightfall, we bu- it's blue. With build crafting updates in Lightfall, there has to be a secret message in here. We believe great builds will be much more accessible to the community. And while we still want your gear and your mods to be critical, some of the buffs to Guardian's damage and survivability were just a bit too strong in the old system. So we've taken this opportunity for a balancing patch to gear driven buffs. Now, I know that last paragraph might have been scary to read, but we don't think these changes are going to be a big swing of the balance pendulum. More than anything, this is about reining in some unintentional power creep that we saw over the last year. We're committed as always to make your Guardian feel like the ultimate monster killing machine, and I'm confident that with Strand, our new build crafting updates, and a suite of new weapons coming in Lightfall, you will all be making Zavala and Shax very proud. But like, what about Ikora? I don't care about Shax or Zavala. Am I making Ikora proud? That's all I care about. If Ikora is proud of me, I can go on forever. Um, this is fine. I think that maybe they should have attacked the strength of abilities also a little bit, but like we'll see. We'll see. Enemy of mine, but I promise a two-sided approach to challenge. So let's talk about how things will be shaking up with enemy difficulty. Recently, we've been happy with the level of challenge present in base heist battlegrounds playlist. To achieve this, we use a difficulty knob that enforces just how over leveled we will let players be compared to the enemy they are fighting. This knob will always be present across our activities, and it's adjusted based on how evergreen we want the challenge to be in those missions, which I love. I've said a million times I love that heist battlegrounds are always going to be 10 above your level. I think that is so cool. We were pretty aggressive with this adjustment in Season of the Seraph, and it produced great results. So the base Battlegrounds playlist in Season of Defiance will use the same settings. Let's go. Carrying this approach over, we are also going to be adjusting the same difficulty tweak on the Vanguard Ops playlist, which I adore. We aren't going to set this playlist knob to a level quite as intense as the Battleground playlist, but we do want to use this setting to make Vanguard Ops a lot more engaging to the average Guardian starting in Lightfall, which I wholly agree with because again, the fact that uh the fact that this season and seasons prior or this year and years prior strikes were always at the lowest possible light level was abysmal. Strikes right now are still 1350. So, take that as you will. This approach to power and difficulty is also going to be present when players are roaming around Neomuna. And while we don't want the entire game to feel like it's turned up to 11, we think these changes will help the enemy forces patrolling Neomuna feel dangerous and worth your attention, which I really appreciate. Um, I really hope that this is something they bring into the other planets and again add then more enemies. So that's a really funny image. Okay. You may have noticed that we're experimenting a lot with power settings over the last few seasons, and we're planning on taking on even more experiments this year. We think that there are major issues with power in Destiny 2, yeah, and how it prevents players from seeing some of our best content. So we'd like to make a big change in the system in the final shape. However, to understand more about our changes, how our changes can be improved, we want to keep tweaking our power settings over the year of Lightfall. Some of these tweaks might be found in our backend with little transparency to the average Guardian, while others will be front and center. For example, when Lightfall launches, we will have a power climb that is very similar to that in the Witch Queen, but later in the Season of the Deep, we don't plan on raising the power or pinnacle cap at all. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't exactly know how I feel about that, but I hope that this means that there is a different reason for leveling. Not that I terribly care about uh power creeping or pinnacle grinding or anything like that. I just don't know what the incentive will be. Maybe they really hope that your weapons and things are going to be the incentive, but I also wonder what that means for upgrade modules and what the cost of those and what the use of those are going to be in the future, but we'll see. Um Again, I don't know what that means for Destiny 2 and leveling because I don't think we have enough incentive otherwise to play the game. Enrich our content with all these changes to power and pursuits. We also want to make sure there's plenty for players to sink their teeth in over the next year. For the last few years, we've been trying to attack this problem by trying to squeeze one more morsel of new content in each release. But I think we can get better results with a different strategy, making the existing depth of the incredible content in Destiny 2 more valuable and new to returning Guardians. Which I agree if this were they were talking about on planet. They're not, they're talking about playlists, but like pop off. Fiery Crucible! Let's start with one of our most evergreen rituals, the Crucible. Man, he really likes saying evergreen. Player versus do you think it's evergreen because of the pine trees? They're evergreen trees. That's why they keep saying it. It's a it's a clue. Player versus player combat is here to stay in Destiny 2 as we think of it's one of the most inherently replayable parts of Destiny 2 experience. Last year we injected several new modes into PvP from Rift to Eruption to Fortress. We're expecting for some of these game modes to get more face time in the core ritual experience, but we're not done adding variety to the ways you engage with PvP. In Season of Defiance, again the season starting with Lightfall, we're looking at getting Countdown back into the game along with respawn variant of the game mode we call Countdown Rush, where players must detonate slash defuse both bombs on the map before the round ends. That was a fun one. That was that really shitty map where it had a bridge up above and the down below part. That was a countdown map. And it only ever worked on that map because that map sucked. Um, they used that one for I think Mayhem it was, and it was just awful. People would always throw down long tether in those hallways where you had to pick up stuff and it fucking sucked. There was no winning that mode um on that map unless you played outside. Which was nigh impossible because it was just 2 choke points to get into the rest of the map. From one of the spawns. We also aim to run a series of Crucible labs, including a mode where the player sandbox is dramatically changed. Weapon damage, ability uptime, and even ammo are all adjusted in the new mode tentative titled Checkmate Control, which I've been hoping for a very long time. I've said things about everything. I'm like, I wish there was a mode where they limited the weapons you can use, no meta weapons, no OP weapons. I wish there was a mode where abilities weren't you had to work to gain your abilities like in momentum control. And I've also said that I wish there was a mode where you didn't have power ammo. So I feel like all of those are a possibility in checkmate control. This mode will reward players who use their smarts and their skills. So if only way the enemy has been able to shut you down in the past is a solo blade barrage, they might be in trouble. This isn't all we have planned for modes, so keep your eyes on labs for more classic and all new modes later this year. Oh, this is all old armor. These are these the rewards they're saying they're bringing back? This is Sturm. That's Crimson. That's Sweet Business. Rat King. I don't know what you have back there. It's a knife. Oh, it's not a knife. It's this thing. I don't know what these guys have, but that's the. This is hockey armor. I not only know the hunter armor because I use these legs a lot. Oh, this is the sword flight armor, and this is is this Gambit leather? I don't know what the name of this set is. I have this on lock though as something I use in my in my regular fits. And this is the same armor as this one. This is the future oh what is it? Future war cult armor. And this looks like Vanguard armor, but I don't know if that's where it originally came from. Road complex, there you go. Road complex armor. Swordflight has similar legs to this one, but Swordflight is the red one with the white stuff here. Right, right. Is this what they're talking about? Adding new armor and rewards to this? Why are they the only ones with an exotic on? Did this not have a helmet built into it? Oh no, this one has Nighthawk. Do these not have helmets built into them? That's really funny if true. Can you paint Sturm? Oh, you can paint Sturm, huh? Anyways. Not important part. Remember they're adding legacy focusing. Yeah. Now we think with a steady stream of novel game modes and reining in of player power is going to do a lot more for the health of our PvP. True. Ecosystem, but we're still committed to keeping true to our Crucible maps plan, which means the arrival of Meltdown in Season of the Deep and a brand new Vex Network map in Season 22. Is Meltdown an old map? Who's using Celestial in PvP? Show me the highlight. That's really funny. I mean, who's using Eye of Tomorrow, right? And the return of Citadel in our last season before the final shape. Which one is Citadel? I've heard people talk about Citadel, but I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head. We will also be looking at our existing maps and doing spawn retuning pass on many of them this year to improve how our various modes flow. Looking at you, new map from Throne World, Disjunction. Looking at you. In matchmaking, we still don't feel we have nailed the trade-off between fair matches and good connections. We still need to get features like dynamic skill ranges in game to allow for players across all skill levels to get consistently high-quality connections in their matches. As we continue to adjust algorithms to improve connection qualities, we are also turning our eyes towards lobby balancing, where we aim to construct matches with a more consistent skill spread amongst players on both teams. We also want to continue to zoom out and make sure that we're upgrading the meta systems to encourage folks to play PvP. Think of this like the Iron Banner revamp. Our recent increases to Iron Banner reputation and our commitment to having 3 Iron Banners per season this year. While we haven't settled on all the final details, we are currently looking at the rewards and matchmaking structures of Trial of Osiris and would like to push more updates to that mode this year in order to more consistently keep the population at healthier levels. Finally, in competitive, we want to improve the speed at which players climb to the rank that most matches their Crucible skill and ensure it's clear why you won or lost a specific number of ranked points shown after a match. Cool. Yeah, Meltdown is a Mars map. Oh, Dreaming City! I love the Citadel map. I love that map. That was such a fun map with such a terrible B point. I loved it. It's gonna be such a nightmare with abilities. I can't wait. And Meltdown is Meltdown the one which Mars map was it? Is that the one that's like almost all in with like the B that is like um inside with the 2 like half walls next to it that like you could stand up and like shoot, and then A and C were outside in like the back of the area. I love Meltdown. Meltdown is how I got my I got so many kills. It was my favorite map. I would use Oh god. What's the perfect fifth gun? The solar scout rifle from Mars. I loved using that gun on that map. It was so easy to just get fucking kills. Cause I would just post up on the outside and stare straight down to A and just kill fucking people all the way down there because you had a free line of sight. And then I had all the cover in the world and they didn't. So I was just able to fucking rack up kills. It was so fun. Yeah, those maps are gonna, but like B is such a nightmare to fight. It's how I would win B because I would keep killing people A, and they couldn't spawn anywhere because I was standing on C. So like, what were they gonna do? They were just gonna keep spawning on A. They would move the spawn to the back of the area, and their only choice was to run through the inside. But like, I would save my teammates from being attacked on the flank. But that was really, it was such a fun map. It's one of my favorite memories of PvP is just being a piece of shit and spawn camping with the perfect fifth gun. Oh my god, what the fuck is it called? It's the Mars exotic scout rifle, the solar one. I only remember perfect fifth cuz I started doing it cuz I was trying to get perfect fifth kills cuz it's super easy to get headshots in this game. And but I kept not getting perfect fifth kills and it was pissing me off. Because it was bugged and you couldn't get it cuz I needed it for the catalyst. And that's how I learned that it was bugged. But but that's very interesting. I think this is going to be really good for pretty much everyone who's not a super try hard best player in the game. PvP players, which I think is most people. I think a lot of people pretend that they're very good at the game, very good at PvP, but they're really not. I think they're very good at the level they're at, which gives them this idea that they're very good at the game because they're better than the people in their lobbies. But that's kind of the point. Someone has to be better in the lobbies. But there's always going to be an upper echelon that they're not going to reach. But it gives them this false sense of I'm the best. This false sense of, oh, I'm always dropping 20, 30 bombs in my games. I'm just like Frostbolt. And it's like, fam, you and Frostbolt are not in the same lobbies. You and Frosty are not playing the same people on the same level. You're just very good at your level. There's just nothing wrong with that. But I think that they think they have the same opinions as people who are much better than them. And a lot of these changes that are happening are going to be very helpful to them, whether they know it or not. But yeah, Strand and Stasis are going to be not even just Strand and Stasis. I think just a lot of the Void, like it was already difficult to see where people were coming from on a meltdown from the inside because B is just built like a nightmare. With invisibility being more prevalent, with solar being stronger with ignitions and scorches and stuff like that, and jolt being a thing, I think fighting in there is going to be a literal nightmare. Not just even in the stasis, which is also going to be a nightmare. I think all of them are just going to be like, ooh. But more power to them. Hopefully they fix the map just a little bit. Exotic Mission Rotator, which is fun. This is a fun one. Trials won't be the only thing getting love as far as rituals go. So let's start talking about the PvE side of the game. Over the years, we've added a ton of great exotic missions like Presage and Operation Seraph Shield to Destiny 2. This year, not only will we continue to create new exotic missions, but starting in Season 22, we will be adding an exotic mission rotator. This is a great picture, by the way. Like our legacy dungeon and raid and dungeon rotators, the exotic mission rotator will feature exotic missions from the past that rotate on a weekly cadence and offer great rewards for players willing to dive into some classic content. In Season 22, this rotator will contain exotic missions from Seasons 13, 16, and 19, Presage, Vox Obscura, and Operation Seraph Shield. With this framework implemented, we hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring some of Destiny's 2 most classic missions back into the fold, which is very exciting. Hopefully it's not just exotic missions, because we really don't have that many. Exotic missions at the end of the day, not a lot. I believe our first exotic mission was Hawkmoon. That wasn't that wasn't Whisper or Outbreak perfected. I think after those two, we really didn't have a ton of exotic missions. And that's still a relatively new thing. Man, they're really showing off Sturm. It must be getting a buff, huh? Refreshing our strikes. Another area of PvE we think we can have a big effect on is the Vanguard rituals. We have already talked about how we are going to be making the Vanguard Ops playlist more engaging by raising the challenge level, but for Lightfall, we're also shaking up some of the activities inside the playlist. This ever will begin with refreshing the Lake of Shadows and Arms Dealer Strikes. Both activities have had their objectives and encounters reimagined and upgraded to match the combat engagement levels of some of our more recent strike entries, such as Lightblade and Proving Grounds. In addition, we are also taking strikes that have not been updated recently, such as Exodus Crash and the Inverted Spire, and dramatically reducing their presence in the Vanguard Ops playlist while eliminating them from Nightfall rotations. These strikes will still be available for direct launch, but until they get brought up to the engagement party with some of our more recent Vanguard content, they will not show up as frequently as part of our virtual gameplay. I don't know why they don't just remove them from the playlist, but more power to them. Um, Moving forward, I think that's fun. I think that's fine. Lake of Shadow and Arms Dealer have had their days and their years in the sun. Um, it's time for them to be brought down to be not the most easy content in the game. Aside from strikes, we're also going to be upgrading how Battlegrounds integrate with Vanguard Ops. Alongside with Lightfall, the Season 16 and Season 19 Battlegrounds will be added to the Vanguard's Ops playlist. We really like the fast enemy-filled chaos of background Battlegrounds, so this year we will also be adding a selection of Battlegrounds as Nightfalls. This process will begin with the Mars Heist Battleground being part of the Nightfall rotation in Season of Defiance, and we expect more Battlegrounds to be following suit each season. I think it's very interesting that they chose the Mars highest battleground. I think it's gonna be very. Oh, let me read this next part before I talk about it. We're excited to see how players tackle Season of Defiance's first Nightfall rotation, where 4 out of the 6 Nightfalls will be new or refreshed content coming to the Grandmaster rotation for the first time. We expect even the older Nightfalls to feel rekindled by new loadout options, since the match game modifier is also being retired from Nightfalls with the launch of Nightfall. I think this is gonna be very interesting for Nelly and I. Uh, when it comes to doing duo stuff, because for the past year, we've pretty much done all of them. Like this season, we've already done almost all of the Nightfalls. We did already in the prior season. So this is gonna be very exciting that 4 out of the 6 Nightfalls are gonna be new or refreshed. I look forward to trying out Mars Heist Battleground. I don't know how that's gonna work. The outside is gonna be the scariest part with the cloisters and everything. It's gonna be very interesting. But I look forward to it. I think Nightfall should be difficult and fresh and exciting, and for the most part, they really haven't felt that way all year. So it's gonna be interesting. Looking further, as we get further away from Lightfall in our seasonal schedule, we are going to make some targeted changes to ritual content based on what we've observed about why players engage in this content. While we don't expect these changes to make it in for Season of Defiance, over time we want to start pushing both more rewards to ritual content and more options to engage. Thank you so much for the raid, Checkpoint Gaming official. I hope you had a good stream. I always forget that's my sound, and it scared the heck out of me. I hope you had a wonderful stream, and I hope you're doing well today. Right now we're simply just reading the notes from the Destiny 2 a recent article dropped by Joe. So if that's of any interest to you, feel free to stop by. We're actually gonna be playing some Minecraft a little bit later. You were playing some God of War. Ooh, the new one or the old one? Oh, that's a fun emote. Is that yours? Oh, it is. That's such an interesting emote. I love it. I adore it. Very good. has been very good. That's good. I've heard only good things about God of War. I've only heard good things. And honestly, I've had so many scenes popping up on my TikTok. I'm just like, maybe I should play this. Oh, I love it. Oh, you're also oh, this is your shared group account. Oh, Umbrella. I love that. Well, hello there, Umbrella. Umbrella XI 11. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's been a little bit. That's super cool. That is super cool. I hope you're having a good one. How are you feeling about Destiny changes? Yeah, I've been doing well. Yeah, on and off. I've been doing well on and off. As so is the nature of the world, I guess. But we're doing well. We're doing well, doing good. Happy to be here, happy to be streaming. I'm feeling good now, which is great. Cause last week, not the case. Let's see. Are we almost done? We're almost done. We're getting there. We're almost to the end, guys. Almost there. I haven't actually played a lot of Destiny at the moment. That's cool. And neither have I, TBH. I haven't played a lot of Destiny. Um, I've played enough Destiny to get me to get ready for Lightfall. Lightfall is really where I'm holding on for dear life. To just do so much content. I'm so excited for Lightfall. I hope it lives up to the hype. Yeah, I need to get into it again. If nothing else, to just like get your characters ready to play the new expansion or like the new year of Destiny, where they're changing a lot of systems actually. Oh man. Okay, did we read this part already? No. Looking further, as we get further away from Lightfall in our seasonal schedule, we're going to make some targeted changes to ritual content based on what we've observed, but why players engage in this content. While we don't expect these changes to make it in for the season defiance, over time we want to start pushing both more rewards to ritual content and more options to engage with our ritual content. Man, I've said ritual content so many times. This will include changes such as moving the initial source of obtaining exotic armor away from lost sectors and back into core rituals. No longer asking players to earn all three of the ritual ritual pursuit ornaments. Stop making me say ritual pursuit. That no longer means anything to me in seasonal challenges, and allowing players to earn more new rewards and complete more of their weekly challenges by playing content of their choice, not just in the newest seasonal activity playlist. Which I think is all cool, good, all good changes. Yeah. Go do your thing. Go take a break. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. Go get yourself some water and a snack. Speaking of some water, let me just. This rebalancing of objectives and rewards is going to be a slow burn over the year of Lightfall. And we're going to take a more direct approach in our last season of the year, dedicating a significant amount of development time toward a more core ritual focused season. Interesting. While the season will have plenty of new activity and story content, we want to take this time right before the final shape to crisp up our core rituals and pursuits as we head into our final expansion of the Light and Darkness saga. This last seasonal effort is just now getting underway, so expect more details as we get further into the year. All very cool, all dope. I'm very excited. Connect our guardians. I was a little disappointed by this one. A little later on. Not this first part, but a little later on. A lot of what we have planned for this year is right around the corner, including big features like commendations and guardian ranks with the launch of Lightfall. The commendation system is a first step in creating a stronger connection between guardians this year. It can be hard to reach out to someone you don't know. Commendations are an icebreaker, a simple way of saying thanks to players that you appreciated playing with. Over time, players will accumulate a ton of different commendations that help build a story for how others in Destiny 2 perceive you. Certain accommodations, like Pace Setter or Saint's Favorite, are only available to be given in Trials of Osiris, while others, like Perceptive and Knowledgeable, are given out in raid and dungeon content. Eventually, the accommodations you earn will become a history for where you've been and what you've done, which is very cool. I think that's a very interesting system. With the commendation system, those at the highest level of guardian ranks proven to folks will have proven to be folks that are consistently appreciated by others in the community. Sometimes it will be because they are the kinds of people willing to do the heavy lifting when organizing a large group of players. Sometimes it will be because even if they aren't the kinds of people comfortable speaking up, they are always doing what needs to be done to help the group overcome the obstacle in front of them, which is really neat, really cool. Over the last weeks, I've been playing a bunch of heist battlegrounds, and every so often get matched. And every so often, I'll get matched with a pair of folks that I have a lot of synergy with, and we will end up absolutely crushing the hive infestation. This joy has come with a tiny sense of regret that I'm not living just a few weeks in the future and able to pass along a couple of commendations to show my thanks. I can't wait for Lifeall to be in everyone's hands so we can all have the opportunity to show gratitude to our fellow guardians. Nice chat. Commendations represent just the final step of reaching out to one another. If players want to generate a deeper relationship, they need the opportunity to communicate. Over the last few years, Destiny 2 has often felt too lonely for those who aren't playing with folks they know. In order to improve this, we'd like to invest in the overall chattiness of Destiny 2. This is not something that's going to happen right away with Lightfall, but we want to start opening up more lines of communication between our players in the future. Eventually, we want to change our game-wide text chat channels so that you have more frequent opportunities to reach out to a fellow guardian. Over time, we'd like to continue to invest in deeper chat moderation, better filtering, and bigger features like text speech. We like the we think that text chat is a great way for players to communicate with one another at their own pace while still retaining some anon anonym anon fuck me anonymity. Fuck me. This does not mean that text chat is going to become required for Destiny 2. We still plan on allowing anyone inside Destiny 2 the ability to avoid text chat entirely, meaning they will never automatically be added to a social text chat. We also plan to allow anyone the option to quickly leave channels on a case by case basis if the chat is trending in a way that makes the game experience worse. This is all going to be very new for Destiny, so I expect that we will be learning a lot from these first few steps and tweaking our plans with chat and how open various channels are as we go forward to get feedback to you. This is where I'm sad. Fireteam Finder. The last piece of our social puzzle for the year is our biggest, Fireteam Finder. Initially, we hoped to get our take on first class in-game looking for group tool in players' hands this summer with Season 22 alongside our new Reprise raid, making a perfect pairing for our new raiders. But as our plans became more solidified, we realized that the features needed to create a truly top-notch LFG experience were going to require a bit more time. So while the Reprise raid is still coming out this summer, we're pushing Fireteam Finder out to our final season of the year alongside a brand new dungeon. We think that a truly first class LFG system won't be perfect until we can see how our players use it. But we want to make sure that the initial launch still has a ton of features that will allow players to find the fire team inside of Destiny. This means a fire team finder that you can queue up for from anywhere in the game. The ability to tag your posts with keywords to describe the kind of group you're running and the kind of people you're looking to recruit. The option to create groups where folks can join automatically, allowing you to get right into the action, and the power to create groups where you as a leader can approve or deny each person trying to join up, giving you tight control over the kind of group you're putting together. I can't wait for Fireteam Finder to make its way into players' hands later in Lightfall's year, and to see how many more of our Guardians will be able to enjoy some of the best content in gaming alongside all of you. So those are the big four for the year. Expand players' imaginations, bring challenge back to Destiny, enrich our content, and connect our Guardians. So it's not going to happen all at once, and we most certainly will try some things that aren't going to land right on the first attempt. But we are going to continue to take risks with Destiny 2 because we think taking risks is essential to surprising and delighting our players. It's possible that we get into this year and discover a new set of opportunities and challenges for us to pursue. If that happens and our roadmap for the year changes, you'll hear from us. We'll keep you posted on our website and our socials as we talked about at the start. Destiny 2 is a big, living, breathing organism, and what it needs to thrive is always changing. But one thing you can count on is that just so many of you are choosing to spend your precious time in this gaming world. We are proud and grateful to be there dreaming about creating and experiencing this game we all love. Thanks for reading, and see you on the Omuna. Joe Blackburn, Game Director, Destiny 2. I'm sad that LFG isn't coming until literally the end of the year, but like, at least it's coming. At least it's coming, and that's all we can ask. So that is the update from Bungie. Overall, I think it's good changes. From every angle. I like the direction that they're hoping to go for. I adore that they're doing a power change, and it sounds like maybe they're gonna do some leveling changes. I don't know how that's all gonna work out. I don't know how any of it is gonna work out, any of it's gonna feel. I just have to trust that Bungie knows what they're doing. And the only thing I'm mostly concerned about is their crafting system, because I think they're moving in a way that is less RPG-ish and more unnecessary. They're almost making crafting unnecessary. But with that said, I'm excited to see what's coming in Lightfall. They've dropped so many things in the past 2-3 weeks about Destiny 2's Lightfall, and I'm ecstatic for it all. Next week, I am hoping, or next week, and by next week I mean tomorrow, I'm hoping we get some pretty neat stuff that is going to really change how we perceive Destiny, how we perceive the storyline, and it leads us straight in to um it leads us straight into one of the coolest, uh hopefully coolest expansions we've had in a long time. I hope it's a fun event. I honestly, I've been watching somebody watch through old seasons, and it has made me miss the uh the activities that they added for us, or the events like the almighty crashing, and the event with the in-game event with the traveler exploding or traveler fixing itself. Hey, you think this is gonna respond sometime soon? There we go. Because otherwise, mad disappointing. There's some fun things going coming up. My There's a server, a Minecraft server that my friend is whipping up that I've been privileged to help out with a little bit, and I'm very excited about it. It's been a while since we've been in here. Just a little bit. It's been a little bit while. I really wish this had better durability. I really got a low roll on Dura and crit resistance, but like a high roll on armor. Oh, also with this one, I have a bunch of good boots. I don't think I have a lot of good chest pieces though. Maybe I'm lying to myself. Maybe I have a lot of good armor, which is why I didn't worry about it. So our llama friend has a new llama friend. I didn't even notice they were different colors. I didn't even know they came in the beige. But yeah, we had another guy spawn in here. I accidentally killed a lot of my villagers. Specifically this corner here. They all died. I think I picked that guy up. I picked these guys up also. So I have this weapon that has I have these weapons that have things like cleave range and chaining attack, and apparently those go through walls. So yeah, that's great for us. Also, I have this thing here, but I only have 2 hours to get 9,000 uh vault soul shards, and I have 1,000. So I made this sword, which gives me soul chance down there in the suffixes. It's a purple one that you can barely read. And soul chance gives you a better chance at getting soul shards. And that's basically what I've been doing. I've been trying so hard to farm. Um I only did I had I got like 200 from one vault, but granted I wasn't very efficient in farming. Because I did loot a lot. But look over here. While I did kill almost 300 guys, I did also open 82 chests. So I think I need to just like really focus on killing mobs and less on opening chests. I have a bunch of knowledge points and skill points, but I'm holding on to them because I want critical strike at level, which I need 8 unspent skill points, and I only have 2. You get 1 per level. And this unlocked at level 25, and I'm at level 23. So, well, dang, right? So my goal right now is to get a lot of things. So the thing about this vault trinket, if I go over here, vault trinkets. Oh, it doesn't actually show me. Okay. What are these called? What is your tag? Can I just do trinket? No. Where are they? So vault trinkets are these, right? Um they all have like they all have an amount of uses you can use, but they're all very strong. I am hovering over the least strong one in the game, but you click on this and it has a random chance of giving you any of these trinkets. And once you unlock a trinket, you can then craft it. As you can see, you can throw it into a vault recycler and you get all these items, specifically the trinket scrap, which you always need to make a new trinket. So you get things like there's Carapace, which gives you fire and lava immunity, which is great for nether themes. Explosions cause no block damage, allows wall climbing, grants triple jump, reduces vault gear damage by 50%, which is huge. You have 50% max mana. You have removes any and all fall damage for those of you who are need it. There's 25 max health, grants instant eating speed, 50% vault experience, grants the ability to walk up full blocks, which some people love. 100% soul shard drop rate. Imagine we actually get the 9,000 and we get this to drop. That'd be hilarious. This is one of the best ones, Lucky Goose. 50% item rarity. That's huge. You have night vision, which technically I already have, and phylactery, which doubles mana regen, which is crazy. You have Tenos pouch, which is just like which is kind of like Lucky Goose, but a little different. 25% item quantity. 1 regen, huge. Adds 2.5 minutes to the vault timer, which is huge. So there's some really big ones in there, and they're super rare to get, which is why we kind of want to get it done. So that's what we're gonna do. So what you basically do in Vault Hunters is this is my vault portal, and what you need to do is you need to put a vault crystal here, and it'll open up the portal. And so this is my vault rock. As you can tell, I'm clicking, but I'm not getting anything. What I have to do is I need to go into this vault altar. And put this down. It will then tell me what I need. If I crouch, it'll tell me exactly what it is if I don't recognize it off the beat. So I need raw mutton, amethyst shards, some kind of concrete, and some wheat seeds. So I'm going to go to my stuff, mutton and amethyst. So I go into my system. Let me grab some mutton. I need some amethyst and I need some wheat seeds. And I don't remember what the last one is because my memory is trash. Oh, concrete. And you just drop it in there. And it'll pick it up from you. You can also funnel it in there, I found out, but there's not really a good system for it right now. Or at least I don't have a good one. Concrete. Oh, I'll show you what I have that's making that noise upstairs. So I have unlocked some big... Let me make sure all my pouches are empty, by the way. I need to go get some more netherrack. I'm almost out. Nothing in there. Nothing in that one. I refilled that. Okay, we're good. Oh, sweet. I got that one done. We'll activate this one. Objective, complete vaults. Easy enough. Let's open this up. Oh, you know what I need to do? Oh, this is going to be a level 18. That's fine. Oh, nice. Oh, it's the Kitsune set. Let's go. This is actually not terrible. But look, the best part about this is... Oh, hold on. Oh, it's not the one with the tail on it. One of these has a tail on them. One of these Kitsune sets has a tail in it. Not this one, apparently. That's fun. I like it. Let me throw it in my, I need to clear this out, but how dare you make me try and make decisions? Here's how all our vault jewels are doing. Let me grab this soul dust real quick. You can melt down things you can only get from vaults in a soul forge and get some soul shards. So if I do soul, what is it? Value. And all of these items give me a soul value of something. This is super laggy because I'm looking at like a million chests right now. But yeah, all these give me some sort of soul value if I melt them down. Unfortunately, some of these are very important. So I am not going to be melting them down. But some items I absolutely will be in the future. Let me get some steak out. Because vault steak is very expensive. Oh, I eat so fast. Oh, that's definitely a bug. So they just updated and I hear it's been doing better. I need to craft a magnet. Okay, 3 range is way better than the 1.4 range I have. I like it. I like it. Let's go put unbreaking on this. I don't have anything with unbreaking, right? No. Okay. Book. Give me some emeralds. Oh, and the reason I accidentally killed my guys is because I keep killing these zombies outside. I really need to put all my traders in a in like a different house. Oh, the most important part. Gosh, golly, the one part that I probably should show you that I'm not showing you And so this is my original house, right? This is like the house I'm like chilling in right now. This is my future house up there. I've started building it, but I've had to fall into doing some other stuff first. Mostly because I needed glass. So if we go up here, you'll see I unlock create. Oh, I also have an axolotl friend. I've unlocked create, and now I have a little cuckoo clock that I didn't actually make. I stole this from a vault a long time ago. I have my mixer set up. I have my water over here. If I go over here, here's my water stuff. Here's my smelter, which is where I make all my glass now. I literally just did this. Down here, I have my crushers. So I can, because I was running out of chromatic iron, man. I was in a bad spot with chromatic iron. But I throw a material up here. It goes through my crusher and it doubles it. And it's pretty neat. Pretty neato, if I do say so myself. Oh, they also added a new I talked about this before, how they were changing pickaxes, and they've added all these, like, think of these as like enchanted books, and all of them just give me a different ability, right? So some of them give me a longer reach, so I can reach blocks farther away from me. Some of them give me better mining speed. Some of them give me affinity for breaking certain chests, like wooden chests, gilded chests, ornate chests. Some of them allow me to put it axing on a weapon or a tool that doesn't usually have axing on it, and it will allow me to have an axe. Some of them give me coin affinity, which lets me break coins quickly. You can get item quantity copiously, which gives me a chance for more ore drops in vault. And smelting, hammering, trap disarm, etc. I have a ton of them, and you can see they all have different sizes. And size just means how much space it takes up on your pick. So you can see I have a capacity of 40 more to put on this particular pickaxe. And I don't know if I'm gonna fix this one just yet, but I have a 9 mining speed. All these picks have a 9 mining speed to start with, but I added things like mining speed and copiously and coin affinity, and it already had picking because it is a pick. So let me apply some redstone to this, and let me get my completed thing, and now I can boop that in there. I'm wearing all my correct armor. I have my things on. Okay, so my only goal is to kill things in here. That is my goal. My goal is to murder. Sometimes this takes a while. Even when I'm not streaming, this takes a while. It's creating a whole nother, like, dimension for each one of these, so. I should have taken the fucking Drownhide, son of a bitch. This is so doable. Fuck. Okay. Our plan has changed. Our plans have changed. I am going to be doing this. We're going to be looting some chests. Specifically ornate and living chests. So as you can see here, they have these little icons next to the items I need. So ornates are the black ones with red. Living chests are the gray ones with green and a little bit of pink that are the flowers. And then this one is just, you get it from killing specific mobs. Specifically skeletons and zombies are the, like, basic bitch mobs. So that one's going to be easy. These two are going to be a little bit more difficult because the common chests are wooden chests. Okay. Oh, so you don't regen normally in you don't regen in you don't my volume is so loud. Hold on. It is jump scaring me. So you have to use your abilities to regen if you have the ability, and I do have the healing ability on, so that's what I'm doing. So I need these, so I'm just gonna leave that on my person so I know. Oh, living chest, pog. A zombie brain? Come on. So the color of the name of the item is also the it's how rare it is to get in the chest. Green is the rarest, it's Omega, and white is quite literally the most common. Are you serious? Oh, and if I die in the vault, I die for real. I lose all my things in here. I just see that guy drop me black essence. Because he's a more rare mob. I don't want to break these. Oh, come on. Dude, they're getting so many free hit shots on me. I don't want to break these because I think I checked all of these. Because I would like to farm them, so. Healing does take my mana, though. And that's where mainly the issue lies here. Hot damn, I was hoping it's going to be one of those chests that would, drown hide. I need drown hide. Okay, we're looking for innate living. Innate living. Fuck. Oh, this is gonna be a... My intention wasn't to lead all these guys down here, but like we're down here now. We're all friends. Oh my god, it's so nice that these work now. I was hoping that would lead me out. Down here. Oh my god. An actual dungeon. It's surprising for me because I do this all the time. I constantly am trying to get dungeons and I don't get them. I need to be careful because my chest beats might break. This is gorgeous. This is basically exactly what I want. But I think there's another... Yeah, there's two here. It's such an easy one, though. This is the first room, right? I haven't left the first room yet. Okay, I need to remember you're here because this is such an easy... This is such an easy vault in theory. If I can get this done right away, and I have the thing right there, I could just farm to my heart's content. I'm killing mobs, and just coincidentally, I'm gonna be able to get these things. All right. Oh god, I gotta go. Okay, living chest or innate, living chest or innate, living chest or innate, living chest or innate. That's all I'm looking for, nothing else. I kill guys, but living chest or innate. If it's not living chest and it's not innate, we're running right past it. If it's not coins, living chest, or innate, we're running right past it. much time are we at? 19 minutes? Okay. I really want to mine this, but I can't. This is not the time. Fuck. Grenade chest, let's go. One sack, let's go. That's all we needed. All right, only living chest. Only living chest from here on out. Let's kill these guys because of soul shards. Easy soul shards. Because then we can go into that dungeon and just have a day. Call it a day. Living chest only. Man, we need 4 drowned hide. That's gonna be rough. Let me throw this all. Not you. Not you. I hear you above me. I need you to stop walking towards me. Okay, I'm looking at my vault compass. My compass shows me my way out of this room. Okay. We're only looking for living chests, which are again the gray ones with green on them. I really need to improve my dash. I'll get like mega jump or something, because I lose a lot of time pillaring up. More in HS, fuck. Dude, these wraiths are the worst. Oh, another sack. Let's go. Not that I need it. You can get some fun, good things from You can get some good things from these guys. I don't know where I'm spawning these guys from. Where are you guys coming from? I don't even know. I don't have time to think though. These green altars are basically where you put in your items once you're done. Once you get them. However, the items give you it's another dungeon. Dungeons I need to check because sometimes they have the chest type you want. This is another good dungeon. Did not die though. This is when I'm sad I don't have like a chaining weapon. Need to get out. I don't have the health to deal with this right now. All right, that time that worked. Okay. Yeah, we're going. That's not living. Again, we're just looking for living chests. Please stop hurting me. Please stop hurting me. I appreciate it. Fucking grass, man. It's just there to eat up my shots. You see this guy? He's fed up suddenly. Do not approve. Okay. None of you are living chests. I need to get out of here. Whoop. Okay. We're going. We're eating so fast. Also, my mana is regenerating so slowly. It is a little scary Because if we get in another bad spot, I don't have the healing for it right now. I just need improved dash. Oh, this feels like a mining POI with how desolate it is, but oh god, there's nothing up here. Any living chest? God, we only have 13 minutes left. It's gonna take my entire time. I was half right. Please let me get out of here. Thank you. Are you a living POI? I've never seen this POI before. The dungeon? No, it's a mining POI. I saw some painite there, the red ore, but I don't have time for it. We gotta go. Oh, and X marks. Oh, this is all ornate. I don't have time for this. Fuck. Good soul shard room, though. If it's a bad one. Okay, this is the end of the vault. There are limited amounts of rooms in here. It's not infinite. I don't have 30 mana to give. Sorry, Wendar. I gotta prioritize me sometimes, Wendar. I apologize. There's another mining POI, which I really want to do because I do need ores, but not now. Okay, this is I think I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. Hi, Matt. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Fuck. Here, war. Here, war. Another mining POI. That's gilded for the most part. No. That's black opal. Oh, fuck, I need the black opal. I don't need the black opal that much, though. If I finish this, I get black opal. Oh my god, gilded. None of you are what I need. Yeah, I need to go this way. I'm doing alright. The workday went so slow. And after work, I disappeared. How do I get up? Right here. I do need to upgrade my dash, but I need more mana. I need to start thinking about, like, builds. At least to see an echo ore, I'm not stopping for mining POIs. I can't believe I haven't found any living chest. I think this is the mining POI. Yep. Thought that was echo ore. I hear you. Oh, sweet. We got a helmet. Let's go. That's why we want to do ornates. As much as I need to go. 10 minutes. I don't think I've ever heard this song in my entire life. What's my chest piece doing? We're fine. Okay. I thought that was an echo ore. It wasn't. Echo ore is the most rare ore in the game. I need to remember to actually get gilded chests. Because they're the only ones that give you the jewels. Gotta go up. I went too high. Gotta go a little lower. I gotta run for 8 minutes. Fuck. Ah. Sometimes you just gotta run real fast. Sometimes you just don't get lucky. As the creator of this mod pack has said, not all of these are meant to be doable. Those are loving, none of those are loving. There's no echo or... Boop. My nose is itchy. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Well, I mean, it's a good thing, I guess, that the work week went by quickly. Work week, it just started. Better than it being insufferably long, you know? Oh my god, it's a living chest POI. Right here. All 4 of these chests are gonna give us some drowned hide. Okay, I need to kill some guys because this is incredibly dangerous. Kill that guy real quick. The bright side, this is what I want to be doing. Killing things. This is when I wish I had my my chaining gun. Or my chaining weapon. What are we at? 7 minutes? God, thank God they fixed magnets. I know there's a lot of stuff broken right now. 1 drown hide, let's go. 1 and only 1 drown hide. Son of a bitch. Any of them hiding? No, son of a bitch. Give me that. Soul shard. Nothing up there. Okay, we gotta go. This way. Other way. 6 minutes. Ah! Okay, this is the waste of a room. Running through. Actually, it's really good for chromatic iron. If you need chromatic iron, just run vaults. You'll eventually... I always find at least 1 or 2 of those rooms per vault. I'm sitting fairly pretty right now. Oh, yes! Zombie brain. And you're not even real. Fuck. All right, have a good night, Kalino. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you later, my friend. Bye. Yes. No. No, give me drown hide, please. I wish I could one-shot Wraiths. I fucking hate Wraiths. What are we at? 4 minutes? Fuck. Living POI. Let's go. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh. We still only have 1 drown hide. I thought we had 2. Fuck. How much do I need? I need 4? God, sometimes I get so lucky with drown hide. And other days I'm like this. Bright side, I eat so fast. On the downside, I think my hunger also goes down very quickly. It's the wrong one. Just need that. 3 minutes. Fuck. Is this blocked off? Yeah, this is blocked off. I'm just gonna run around it. God, I can't believe I found 2 great dungeons I could be farming soul shards in. And instead I got what was supposed to be an easy scav. Another scav that's just like a couple of items. But the game said, no. You will not find the things you need. I found a goblet before I found drawn hide. Oh my god. Fucking hate wraiths, man. They hit so hard and they don't get knocked back. They slow you down. Oh, another living POI. Let's go. Not a living POI, hybrid POI. That's fine. Give me drown hide. God damn it. I'm gonna get to the end of this. I'm gonna be like, how many of these how many chests that were living did I find? It's gonna be like 100. Which way is my thing going? Right there. Okay, so we'll go around this way, and then we'll go the room to our... We'll go south next, okay. Okay, we're going. Oh, it's the bonus heart one. At least I'm getting soul shards. Oh, another living POI. Fuck. A minute and a half. Minute and a half to find 3 drown hide. Let's go. Already checked that one. Oh, God. Oh my god. It's an ornate chest. Fuck. I need to go south next. I'm sad. This is so easy. I get so much drown hide, but the one time I need it, game said no. Monster kills. I don't have time. I thought those were living chests. They weren't. I didn't mean to come down, but like we're down here now. It's okay. I have food that I can eat to make me get more time. Oh, drown hide. Drown hide. Fuck. Oh, that's the food I need. Give me that kiwi right now. Is that the last chest I need to... Oh my god, I ate those so fast. Let me get up here. Another living POI. The bad thing, it gets rid of my health. Nothing in there. Nothing worth it. With how fast I'm eating, I probably should spread these out just a little bit. There's only a certain amount of health you're allowed to lose, I think. Hopefully it's this room. Oh, it's not this room. Fuck. It's not this room either. Fuck me. We've lost. We lost. Fuck. Oh boy. That's bad. Did that still give me that still gave me stuff? Hold on. Fuck, man. Oh, I was really hoping we were gonna get it there. What are you called? I didn't think I'd need it anytime soon. This one? Probably, right? This one? I I think it's Spirit Extractor. How expensive is it? It's not very expensive. I can build it. Does this... Oh no? Does this not work right now? Hello? Hello? Does this not work right now? There we go. There we go. $11 gold, huh? Admittedly, most of my gold is in... There we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Oh golly. Oh golly. Hey bud. Just walking by, I see. Okay. Put that there. Put these on here. You're the one that goes there. You go there. Go here. There we go. There we go. That is the loophole. They did implement a thing where you can buy your things back if you die, which is a great change for people with anxiety like myself. Now, it is very expensive, as you saw. That used up almost all my gold, but that's fine. I'd rather have a system to get stuff back than not have anything at all. I can't believe I only got 2 drowned hide. That's such bullshit. All right, let's throw these things, scavenger items, into my recycler. And throw these things in there. Oh, fuck. Give me my kiwis. That means I need to get a ton more stuff. That's not that stuff, this stuff. As you can see, I have most of my gold on me, which is maybe a mistake, but I just need to have a decent amount of gold lying around the place. 67 for shoveling. That's a lot. That's much a lot. Okay. I need my steak because vault steak is very expensive and rare for me right now. Okay. I didn't know it gave me all the stuff that I had in my pack. I thought it didn't do that, but I mean, I'm not complaining. We're gonna leave that there. And what is this? Soulbound? Soulbound is nice because if you die, it stays with you. Like you saw my shield stuck around with me. But if anything else had soulbound, that would have stuck around with me also. Oh man, I got so much knowledge there. Holy shit. You know, and I still got 1,000 or 100, almost 200 soul shards from that. What is this? Durability? Ooh, 67 for durability. That's a hefty price. Put that back there. I have things back in there. All right. Let's roll this helmet. All right. It's not the best, not the worst. This helmet's hilarious though. Let's look at it. Look at how happy it is. It's smiling. Look at it. It's so happy. It's like, It looks like the blobfish. I'm not going to throw that in there. I'm going to throw it over here. I really need to clean this out. None of these have soul chance on them, huh? I've pretty much taken everything that had soul chance off of it. Actually going to recycle all of these. Because they're not great. There's better magnets I can get now that the system is fixed. I made a lot of them with the broken system, which not great for me, TBH. Let me switch this out to... Do I have one with that gives me also health? Oh, you give me health. Oh my god, I have 2 empty suffixes on this? What the fuck? This guy's just walking around my house like he owns the place. Excuse me, sir. Rude ass, looking ass. Those guys are so loud and for what, you know? Okay. It's okay. I do have money. It's just mostly on me. That guy sounded really close. Is he in here? No, he's just chilling there. It's okay. I need to remember that this one does not have chaining. Okay. This is pretty good. So let's just add stuff. Oh my god. Knockback resist? I guess. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's not the worst thing. That's it could have been better. Let's just put it that way. Could have been better. It's good to have both of these just so I have um just so I have options so I don't have to always repair my items, which is not something I want to be doing all the time because it's kind of expensive. Oh, that's right, I died. Oh gosh. Hey, annoying guys outside. You guys give me some XP so I can go elsewhere. Oh, I have. Let me kill these guys. See if I can get the 3. Oh, now that I want those annoying zombies. Oh, you hear my other guys? My other water wheels. There we go. Now I'm level 3. I also need to pick up one of my chaining swords. Or my cleave. Yeah, this will be fine. I'll throw the gold in there actually. Let me turn down my audio before we go in. So we can go to the and, which cost me 3. It's not my chaining. It is chaining. Why am I not chaining? In fact, this is my best chaining sword. Hello? Oh, it does do sweeping edge. I didn't know it did that. Why is it? What? Is it still super loud? Let me just turn it off. I don't understand why I'm not chaining. They rebalance chaining? Interesting. I guess I might as well do this. At least this way I'll kill them by 1,000 cuts, literally. Death by 1,000 cuts. Oh snap, I hit 24. I feel like I'm not supposed to get. They just had a huge upheaval. This is a new update, or it's a point update. It's the 7.6 update. It's supposed to be the last update before the next big patch in a couple of weeks. But because they changed so many things, um there's been a lot of bugs. No tea, no shade to them. They're doing great. I like to get to about 30. Usually those goes faster with a chaining weapon or a cleave weapon. Oh, this has chaining attack. This isn't cleave. Oh. I could fix that, repair that. I thought that had cleave. I don't know why I thought those were the same thing. $14.34. I just need to make sure that this isn't going down. Okay. I don't know if that got borked with the update either. I was like, oh. If I had seen, I would have not chosen chaining for this. I would have taken one of my various other axes with cleave. But we're here now. There we go. Oh, I should have gone to my new home so you could see how I jump off to get here. Yeah, let's put unbreaking on this. This is our new chess piece. Our feetsies will survive. Our shield, I think, will also survive. Do I have a better one than this? Oh, this gives me 3 health though. It's kind of pog. I still have. Man, this is a level 2? What the fuck? Let me see. Let's see what we get with this. I mean, I don't have a free modifier slot. I literally have an empty prefix. What the fuck? Oh, I need more vault planting. I have a lot of vault planting. I just don't put it in the thing. Because I don't. This isn't like the final resting spot for any of these items, so. Yeah, something tells me that that's a little bit buggy. We're just gonna leave this over here and maybe it'll fix itself later. Um, the closest we're gonna get is this one right now. So I like this one. I really like that one. I think I'm gonna go with the eggy shield. And the book. I can still afford one more. Takes up a lot of my screen though. We'll give it one, but it does take up a lot of my screen. It's very much like bam. All right, everything else is fine. My feetsies are a little scary at 107, but I think we do it. All right, let's run uno mas. This time for realsies, I'm just gonna sit there and I'm going to do just gonna farm. Okay. Unless I see gold, in which case I am going to farm that gold. Oh, that's right. Let's do one of these. Oh, fucking blossoms, bro. Okay, potatoes, raw beef, cobble. Those are all easy. We have potatoes. I've forgotten what the other thing is. I'm so fucking bad at this. The thing is I need to put this closer, but I don't have the system set up for that. I see it and I'm like, oh right, I need that thing. It is beef. Oh, I keep thinking it's beef, and then I'm just like, it's not beef. It's beef. Let's go. All right, I don't think I have 9 blossoms on me. I think I'm gonna have to go grab those. I have a singular blossom. All right, let's grab this. I didn't click anything on accident. No, okay, good. This isn't the food I want. on me, but it is what I have on me at the moment, so it is what it is for right now. Oh, hello there, little Ashalotta. I've already emptied that side of Blossom, so let me run this way instead. I had one of these earlier. Oh my god, I thought that broke. I had a lot of things that were not that Spore Blossom. Let me tell you that right now. But yeah, I have a friend who's doing a server they're very excited about right now. So I am excited for them. I helped them out a little bit and now they're working on it. Doing the final touches. And I'm excited to see about it. I'm not excited about when maybe it might be coming out because it might be if it's because it's going to be one of those things that it's going to come out around Lightfall and I'm not going to have time to play with it. It's going to be one of those things that I hope that it comes out sooner rather than later so I can at least get like a weekend playing before I am indisposable for a couple of weeks. Eh, that's 7. I wonder if can I farm these? Can I like bone meal these? Eh. Is there a recipe for these? You can grow these with botany pots though. Oh, but this means I might be able to it might mean I might be able to bone meal them. I do have one that I'll test out later. I don't really want to do it right now. I kept hoping that drip leaf would come up just in time for me to be able to do like a quick little jump. It did not work that way. Oh, because I don't have my chest piece. I'm like, why do I have just half a bar that's not getting filled in my health? Ow. Dude, anybody else watch the Super Bowl / the Rihanna performance at halftime? So good. I missed Rihanna. I still miss Rihanna, and I'm gonna continue to miss Rihanna. Rihanna, sorry. Um, oh, that's right. I had a warp stone with me. Bleh. Okay, let me put this back. Uh, pop that. I'm gonna come back here for some more netherrack. Also, the Super Bowl game was great. If anybody actually watched the Super Bowl, it was a really good game. I know a lot of Eagles fans are upset with how it ended. Personally, I think both teams had a moment in the game where they got a call for them that maybe it shouldn't have gone that way. I think I have everything I want. Do I have my magnet on me? I do. Okay. Oh, it's because I don't have any mana pieces. That's why I'm running out of mana so quickly. Oh yeah, fuck that. We're not doing that. This one, 100% way more doable though than the other one. Oh, we had got a wild vault. Wild vault, by the way, just means I get a set of wildly spawned um mobs, which means we're just gonna have more guys coming at us, which is great. So our goal here is just to find like a dungeon or a set of spawners that are close enough to each other. This is gonna be very dangerous though for me, because they do spawn polar bears and they do spawn guys with tridents, which is scary. What are you giving me? Take it. Also strays, which give you weakness, I think, when they shoot you. Oh, they're below me. I'm just like, where are you guys spawning? I'm not a trident boy, man. Here we go. That's one. Is there another spawner in here? That's one spawner. There are two spawners in here. Let's go. What I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna clear out this area. I'm just gonna... Can I break this? I can't break this. Let's go. This takes a while, which is fine. Fine with me. And this is first room, so I'm never gonna have to worry about this. Oh, interesting. Phoenix dust. I guess I'm getting that now. All right, that's not breaking. That's fine. What I really want to do is I just want to empty out this area so I can get like a good central spawning location for all these guys. And nowhere that they're gonna get like hung up where I can't get them, you know? And break this. This is where like having affinity for these things would help a lot, tremendously. That's so scary. One guy with a trident down there and I'm fucked. This is exactly what we want though. I just need a better spot to hit them, which is what we're working on right now. The path of least resistance is what we're looking for here. It's me jumping them. It's what's happening here. I'm hitting them and they're getting that extra little boost. That's why I want to get rid of that bookshelf right there. See if I can get them to all come this way. There we go. What are we at? 20 minutes? Oh, we're doing great on time. Oh, there's the guy. Get this one done. Throw this all in here. I think I hear a polar bear? What we're gonna do here, we're gonna do this. Ah, I think I got the guy with the trident. Let's go. Oh, we got a stray though. It's slowness. They do slowness. Okay, got him. Well, one of them. Turns out there's another back there. Okay, let me pop that up. Oh, sweet. Thank you for showing up in front of me. The thing is that I don't think I'm getting... I don't think I'm getting their drops. Okay, let me just grab everything I can out of these chests. So I'm gonna go back here. Oh, let me cover this, so... I don't spawn up here. I'm gonna go down back here. Okay, I'm gonna go down a little bit more back here. I need to be careful that I don't trap myself in here. Or do that. Fucking. There we go. I don't know what it is that needs a shovel, but I fucking hate that block. Worst block in the game. That's all I really need. I know that there's a way... Oh, behind me. Lol W. The perils? Hey, shout out to our immunity frame. Shout out to immunity frames. Also, shout out to the healing ability and my... Oh, hello there. I couldn't even see you. What I kind of want are these. There we go. Perfect. Who said this was gonna be boring? Oh, there's the polar bear. I actually don't know how much polar bears hurt. I just assume they hurt a lot. I need to go down by one. I actually would like to do this like right here. Wow. You. Fucker. If I do this, that means I can then get one of these. I have 14 minutes and do that. I just need to cover this up because I'm paranoid that something's going to spawn behind me now. Okay, and because I'm probably going to make another mistake, I need to just make sure I do that. I have my exit right here, and the exit to this place is like right here, so. Oh, you know what I would like to put? Another one of these right there. So I can get things. Do I have this right here? I do. There we go. That way I can actually get the drops that I'm getting. Who knows how many soul shards I've lost in the past 10 minutes. It's all the way in the back. How obnoxious of him. This is perfect, though. It took us a while to kind of suss out exactly how to do this, but I'm very happy with how this is working out. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'm still a little paranoid things are gonna spawn on me, but I feel like we can handle that. Dude, we have 12 minutes. Oh my god, we're sitting so pretty right now. I love that they don't know that they could go through these bars. It's great. This is great. I think I need to remember to do this, though. I need to bring this stuff with me for our next farming session, because I can't rely on them having walls and fences. Because this is brilliant. This is such a brilliant strat. Oh, that chest is kind of in the way. God, I wonder, I'm so curious how many soul shards we're gonna come out of this with. Cause we're fucking farming, bro. We have 10 minutes. Oh, we're sitting so pretty right now. I'm absolutely delighted. And we don't have wraiths on this one. God, this is best case scenario, honestly. No creepers. No wraiths. No spiders. Like trident guys and like the uh and you know, skeletons. Maybe not like the most ideal thing in the world, but I'm totally fine with this. It's fine. 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 Fuck. I almost had it too. Okay, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like, it's obnoxious that they have to, the way they have to maneuver here, but like, you know, win some, you lose some. I don't know where this trident, oh, he's all the way in the back. There he is. Got him. I just need to LOS them so they push forward. That's what I want to prevent. But I can't get to that chest. And they'll eventually make their way around. It's not like I'm killing these guys fast enough, you know? Oh, I do have one more, though. Can't do this. Let's do some crit hits here. This is why I want critical strike chance, because critical strike chance gives you the opportunity to get this damage. Without having to hit a crit strike, which is jumping up and hitting them and getting those sparkles. Ow. I wonder how my boots are faring. We did get hit quite a few times. Oh, we got it. Let's go. What are we at? 8 minutes? I need to keep track of time because I will get just like very in the zone. In the fucking auto zone, you know? I need to be careful when they do that because I do break blocks so fast that I could break the blocks in front of me without noticing and really screw myself over for a 4th time. Oh, we got a trident boy and the skeleton? The chances. Luckily he's making, oh, 2 guys. Luckily he's making guys very angry. I think I got them both. That are not me. 7 minutes? Dude, sometimes the seconds go real fast. Sometimes they go real slow. I have like no in between. This is either taking forever or it's not taking any time at all. The sad thing is I didn't get all the chests in this room, but that's fine. You know what I did get? I'm getting, not only am I getting soul shards, I am getting scavenger items from them. I'm getting the mob essence. Which as you saw there, they give me green. And then these guys in red, they give me purple. And then the skeletons give me black. So with their powers combined, they're giving me a lot of soul value right now. I'm up to 200. Nice. I was hoping it'd be a little bit more, but honestly, we still have another 6 minutes. And like I said, who knows how many things I lost in the first few runs of this. Where are y'all going? Get back down here. Silly billies. Although I guess I did fall into the fray, so there's a chance I picked up a lot of the stuff that I otherwise would not have received. Dude, this fence, MVP. Honestly, both these walls and these fences, MVPs. They're catching so many of these strays, man. I can't wait to see the stats at the end of this one. 5 minutes. Luckily, I went like 2 feet into this one. I don't remember what the rest of this this place looks like. This room, this is all I know. Honestly, God, this is such a best case scenario for this. Like, I don't think I could express to you how lucky this is. It's so unlikely that we would get this specific vault. Again, don't know how much this polar is hurt for. But I'm not looking forward to finding out. The cool thing about vaults is that as you level up, you get more vault types unlocked. Because like not all of them, because you know we've seen a lot of the themes, we've seen a lot of the ones that I can get at least. But I'm about to unlock level 25, and level 25 is like the next level up of stuff. Hitting 20 gets you a lot of stuff. Hitting level 25 gets you a lot of stuff, and things that like get unlocked in vaults. Because now you're entering into mid game. Like 25 to 30 is basically 25 is like pre-mid game, and then 30 is fully mid game. I don't know how my magnet's doing, because it is truly putting in double time. 3 minutes. That's good, because I'm only just starting to get bored. I'd like to get this polar bear. There we go. Part of me almost wants to do a run through to go grab those gildeds that I don't think I grabbed. I might have gotten them. I definitely could have prepped this room a little better. But I think this is, I mean, for like what we did off the cuff, I think this is pretty good. We can leave at like 20, 30 seconds. I have plenty of kiwis. Dude, we're suddenly getting so many polar bears. Yeah, I can walk through there. That's why this is so brilliant. They don't know they can walk through. Nor are they. Even if they're getting pushed, they're not getting pushed through. One minute. Gonna preemptively grab my kiwis, so I can just chill here for a little while longer. I can't wait to see what we come out with. Because like I said, with the mob essence also, it's like fucking gnarly. Because 9 mob essence, or 9 soul essence makes a soul shard. want to get this polar bear before I go. Because I think the polar bears give you, black. Okay, we have 20. We gotta go. Right here. Damn, 6,000 just for killing things? That's crazy. We killed 674. We received 242 damage, which isn't bad. We dealt 32,000. We had the wild modifier. And we got 2 wooden chests. We got 10 gilded chests. Let's go. One of them was trapped. Fair enough. We killed 1 chicken, 69 strays, 23 tier 2 drowned, 10 polar bears, 640, damn. 422 drowned, 11 tier 2 strays, 5 tier 2 vault dwellers, and 133 vault dwellers. Damn. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. All right, let's see. Let's see what we get here. All right, I'm going to just take out everything that I'm not going to sell for soul value. Or I'm not about to, I'm not going to use for other things. I always take out like my chip jewels last because I want to see what they are. Oh, they're all very expensive. And then I like to pop these separately. Larimar and Emerald, nice. No. Damn, we went through like half of this blade. That's pretty cool. All right, so we got naturally, what is that? Almost 300 soul shards. Not bad, not bad. That's best case scenario. That's all we got. And then all of this we're gonna sell. So this gives us 2 soul value. This gives us 8 soul value, and this gives us 16 soul value. Oh man, we also got a rare earring. That's funny. So we're just gonna throw these all in here. We already had 500 something in here, so let me just from our old scav. So let's make those 57. We're up to 1600. We're definitely not gonna get this in 46 minutes. That's so sad. If I had actually been working towards this all day, I would have maybe gotten it, but alas. We're probably gonna get up to about 1,000 here, maybe. If we're lucky. I'll let this go for a while. Oh, my shoes survived. Let's go. 38. Let's see. What are these shoes? What can I replace you with? I have 7, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, looks like these are pretty good. Oh, these are really good. Man, if that were health, that'd be really good. What else do I have here? These are probably going to be the quick replacements into like that next one probably. Let me grab some sticks. Let me put them in here and then put match. This is my my tree farm. There we go. The wrong one. This is the one. There we go. how many of these do I have? Damn. Okay. And all the wood in the world. This is my I found this. I can't remember who made this, whose tutorial I watched. But him and the comments plus a little bit of my own additions, um, have created that. A hybrid version of the farm I saw earlier. So the reason I need sticks is because I trade for sticks. I trade sticks for emeralds. And because I need these for my books. Any of you guys? Ah, you did. Let's go. Okay, that works for me. Usually I do it out of the logs I own, but I just know that I have a ton of sticks. So I was like, let me just do that first. Okay, oh man, I actually am probably gonna need, for boots, boots are the most annoying to re-enchant. Everything is so expensive. And I think I need, what do I usually put on these? An unbreaking. Oh, I have just enough to not be able to do it. Okay. It's usually how I do it. I always tend to do this at night though, it turns out. So it's actually very interesting to do this when they can actually refresh their trades. I know it's a really obnoxious sound. Sorry about that. You guys are less generous. Okay. Unbreaking is over here. Again, this is a very temporary setup that they have. I just have had zero uh urge to uh I've had zero inclination to make them a house aside from just being annoyed at hearing them. Also, look at that 1K chromatic iron. Oof. I soon am going to be able to level up. How long have I been streaming? I know I spent like 2 hours talking about the not twab, the state of the game. Oh my god, what a good stretch. Let's look at what we got going here. So, things I want to do is I want to develop the infrastructure here, right? I want to move like my automation and farms up here. The long run, I would like to get botany pots. So first I want to buy belts. This is what I want to do. I want to get belts done. And then I would really like to get backpacks, mostly just for the filter upgrade. Um The advanced filter upgrade, maybe I might be able to get away with this one. Also, the restock upgrade is going to be kind of amazing. So that's a thing I kind of want to think about. Um, oh, and the advanced pickup upgrade. That's something I want to do. So I want to get belts. That's like step one. I would like to get botany pots so I could stop worrying about farming myself. Or maybe I'll just get Create to do it for me. I don't know. I need to think about it. With Create, it like opens up a whole avenue of things I can do. Which is why I picked it up. But I have not looked into farming with them, so something to think about. But for sure I want to get belts. Part of me almost wants to get iron furnaces, but I don't know if I will. Part of me also wants to get pipes, but this increases the cost of everything but a good amount, so by 5. Not as bad as these up here, but I like the only thing I'd maybe get is Botania. Because I know they have some good it has been limited in Vault Hunters, but I know it does have some good potions, and I don't know if those potions are still around or if they're gonna stick around, so that's why I'm kind of holding off on it. I would like to get Kagerium, but I haven't gotten any mob eggs yet. I'm not at a point where I can get mob eggs, I don't think. Apparently I could start getting them, but I haven't found any. From living chests and completion crates. Um, I almost never complete vaults, but I feel like I've gotten a lot of living chests, but that might just be me. Oh shit. I think I turned it off. Okay. I want to start paying attention to like my armor instead of just putting on whatever. But I think I'm like almost to the point where I can do that. I think at level 30 is when I'll start like really looking into it. Same deal. I think level 30 is when I'm really gonna start looking at like what build I want to go. I know Ghost Walk is really fucking great. So like in moments where I like fell into that room, and I just needed to run, Ghost Walk. If I turned that on, easy mode, I would have just like boop left, and that would have been great. I kind of want to start looking at Hunter also, but I this isn't necessary right now. I want to get mostly Critical Strike. Critical Strike is what I'm saving for. And after Critical Strike, maybe I go Unbreakable because that's another 8 anyway. So I go Critical Strike, Unbreakable, and then I start looking at updating these. Because what I need is a mana build because things are going to start costing more and more as I update them. So like I'd like to get more heal, but heal now would cost 22 and I would be able to use it more often, which means I'm just going to be chewing through it. The other thing I want, so mod wise, I'm working towards belts, which I might be able to do right now. I got a lot of knowledge on the run where I almost died or where I did die. Yeah, 69, that's not only nice, but that's a lot. Oh, I'm so close. I needed one more knowledge shard and I would have gotten it. I don't have anything on me, right? Just gonna look around and make sure I don't have anything just chilling. Oh, how do I come? Oh man, 1094. Let's go. That's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. Which means we're now up to 1755. Nowhere close to where we need to be, but like I'm kind of proud of that number. That's kind of pretty good. Nowhere near the 9,000 we need though. But I'm pretty happy with it. So our next goals are get belts, which is just one more knowledge point, which is just I think 2 or 3 more knowledge things. which just means I need to run another vault. So belt, then Kagirium, hopefully. I don't know. It depends how many mob eggs I have. Again, this is another one that's gonna immediately make everything very expensive, which is why I kind of want to get Kagirium early. Sorry, I've been for what I was doing in the other mod pack, I was doing a lot of game mode spectator, so my fingers are now very used to doing that. Ooh, these are kind of expensive. Woodite mask, yikes. And black chromatic steel, that's a bigger yikes. And a wither skeleton, which is also a yikes because I don't have any, but like not nearly as bad. That's not too bad. This is very good. Once I get this, so what Kagirium does is that I put a mob egg in here, and then I get from the one of those mystery eggs, and then it will just passively start making more of that. It'll start making those. Oh my god. I don't know what this does. It'll just like start making those items. So for like blazes, they'll just start passively every couple of minutes dropping blaze rods just for free. I say for free. It's very expensive to get into Kagirium, but it's for more complicated mobs like wither skeletons, witches, stuff like that you don't necessarily want to go chill and like make a farm for or whatever. Great for that. The other thing I want to do is I want to make a good pickaxe. Once I get belts and that upgrade and stuff like that, I could start looking into actually breaking chests instead of doing like the sort chest. The go in, sort chest, pull it out, and then it hit my sort button, insert belted, which I'm doing right now. Which I don't mind continuing doing. It's just, you know, eventually I would like not to do that. I would like to also make a room for these guys. So I would like to make a nice pickaxe. I would like to start working on making armor, which means I just need a lot of items, a lot of stuff. Up here you can see my proficiency. It's not great on much things. I've made some axes. I've made some swords and shields and a couple of magnets, but I haven't made any armor really. I've made a couple of them. In fact, let's roll one. Let's do a chest piece. I don't have anything. Never mind. As you can see, it takes a vault gold to make it. So I just need to... When do I start getting runes? Level 35. Because I would like to start like doing dragon rooms and things like that to try and get some more bronze and stuff. Overall, I think I just need to do a lot of... I need to do probably one more vault just to get stuff. And then get belts, set up belts, and then go from there. But yeah, I am gonna call it there for I have a chest on my back. I'm gonna call it there for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it. I know this was a little bit more of an eclectic stream, starting with reading an article for 2 hours and talking to you guys about my desires and my wishes for this game. And then moving on to Vault Hunters, which I know a lot of you aren't familiar with. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you so much, Checkpoint Gaming / Umbrella, for the... Oh, sorry. Big stretch. For the raid. I appreciate it. I hope all stays well with you guys. And aside from that, I really appreciate you guys hanging out. So have a good night, everyone. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I will see you guys all in the next one. Bye. And as always, I'm gonna hit you guys with some ads for those of you who are just chilling in chat. AFK. Talk to y'all a little later. Bye. Love you, lurkers. You guys are great. Thank you, everyone who is subbed. I appreciate it. We're getting some new emotes here coming up soon. I'm just waiting for my Twitch payout in a couple of days, and then I'm just gonna go on the splurge. So, hope you guys have a good one. Bye.